And welcome to the stream, everybody. I'm Brea Thorne. How you doing this evening? Happy to see you guys on this lovely Tuesday night. It's finally starting to cool down outside. It felt like this morning. I went out to let out the chickens, and it wasn't blazing hot already in the morning. Looking forward to some cooler weather, hopefully coming up in the next few months. But yeah, look at me talking about the weather. Just peak content right here. I hope y'all are doing just fine and dandy though. Peter, welcome. What's up? Braxton, happy to see you. Happy to have you here with us nerds tonight. Exiled Wolf, it's going well. It's going well. Feeling much better than I was Sunday night. Sunday night I was very tired. Feeling a lot better tonight. Over in YouTube land, Kenneth A, what's going on? Welcome. Steve, how you doing? Alice, glad to see you. Chris Crawford, how's it going? Welcome. And Adrian Gonzalez, welcome in as well. I hope we have some people to help out tonight. It has been very slow, and there's nothing we can really do about that. We're reaching a point in the year where some people are going to be like, I'm waiting for Black Friday. And that happens every year. And with 2025 having been a slower year than usual, it's probably going to hit us even harder. So we'll figure something out. We'll figure out something to do, I guess, if there's nothing else. I can't really work on this PC anymore because, as you can see, it's in its rightful place, ready to start working on videos. Well, I'm updating things and getting things rolling again. I hadn't used that OS in a while, so I've just sort of been sprucing it up, getting everything back to 100%. But man, it is looking good there, IMO. In fact, my whole setup here looking pretty good. It really had fallen into disrepair with me not using it because, as I mentioned in a previous stream, it is a flat surface, and as a disorganized person overall, flat surfaces are not safe from me. If it's a flat surface that's not being used, it's going to have something put on it. Just put stuff there. Move this stuff over here. Oh, I can put it there. So it was pretty bad. So I got it all cleaned up and ready to go. But if you want to ask about the whole desk, any flat surfaces thing, you can ask this desk right here. Yeah, that's stuff that needs to be sorted out and put away. Of course, our buddy, people there hanging out, he's got the Jane hat. I can make, now that I've found the Jane hat, I could probably turn that point redemption back on at some point. But he's rocking it. He's looking good in it. El Tirador, how you doing? Welcome. And Adrenor, welcome as well. Robert Fixit, welcome. How you doing? But yeah, I'm happy to see you guys. One other thing, and this is this is interesting to me. So this is an interesting PC layout to have with the, I still don't know what to call it. PCB? B, get it? Like printed circuit board, but BEE, whatever. But with this thing, it's a really odd, like it has the IO at the back, which would be the top normally for a Tower 600, but because it's using the chassis stand, it's at the back. It's a little hard to get to the IO because you have to take off that cover and then run it through the thing and then into the thing, the motherboard and all that. So I have it on my Lazy Susan that I built, my turntable that I built for PC building and reviewing and all that stuff. So I got the stuff to make another one, a bigger, better one. It's a bigger cutting board, still the 18-inch Lazy Susan sort of thing, all that. So that should be interesting. I'm trying to make some decisions on that, like because it has like the juice catch thing around it. Do I leave that on top or do I flip it over? But no, then it has the grab handles under it, and I want that on the bottom. It's just some of these. It's kind of a casualty of setting that thing up that the old Lazy Susan is now in place, and that's just the kind of just scintillating information that you're here for. Just wow, it's just decisions. What do we do? Good evening, sir. You look a lot better from Sunday. I'm glad to see you all energized. Bone Shock, I am feeling better. And also, I mean, I made progress in here. That makes me happy. I'm also not exhausted. But getting this all set up, that I put a lot of hours in on that. So yeah. Also, y'all see this live sign back there? There. I thought that thing was broken. No, the USB for it, because it's USB powered, was just halfway pulled out. It just wasn't plugged in all the way. It got yanked at some point. But no, I've got a nice neon live sign that I might move next to Link there. I have a couple floating shelves that I wanted to put either on next to Link or on that far wall there. So I don't know, guys. These are the small things that make me happy. I spend so much time in this space. I want it to make me happy, not stressed. And it's really easy for any place where you spend a lot of time to make you stressed if you let it. And I'm trying not to. So just working on those little things. Okay. I'm going to open up the list here. See if anybody has joined. The problem with people who join off stream is that they typically don't come back. And that makes me sad. So I hope that we get some people to jump on the list that are here and want help and are looking for help. I don't know. This is something that I mean, I have run into this before, where there's not a lot of people who need assistance at that time, or the fact that there hasn't been episodes of SI Weekly going out saying, hey, come get help on stream is another big aspect, I think, as to why we don't have a steady stream of people coming in for help. I think that's another thing. And of course, there are also people who need help who just get that help from our techies in the Discord. And then they're all set because the techies are awesome. So just a heads up, I'm not on the list, but I'm here. Thank you, Bone Shock. Thank you for the heads up. I'm sitting in the middle of a warehouse because my office is being renovated. Sailor, you probably have so much more room for activities now. This would be like if you have stuff, if they moved your stuff there, just spread your stuff out. Like, just take as much space as you want. You have my permission, Sailor. Rurutu, what's up? Did you get sleeps? Probably. Yeah, I got some sleep. It was honestly, Rurutu, just a bad situation because I had spent so much time getting all the PC stuff set up and everything. Yeah, but now that it is all set up and I have a reliable edit and high performance editing PC, I'm sorting through projects that have been waiting and figuring out priority. I had my interview with Rob Teller from Computex this year. I really want to get out. That, to me, was never a timely thing. Like, I had to get it out during the show or close to the show being over, because what we talked about has to do with a lot of stuff that's happened this year, but also the concept of having sort of a sister company that is an SI, because he's the lead architect of Height. By the way, that's who that is. Talking about designing the new X50, and now the X50 is starting to become available, so it's actually kind of the perfect time. So, yeah, no, it's kind of working out perfectly. So that is actually mostly edited already. I need to throw an intro together. The thing is, I don't want that to be the first thing that I publish after a long time of not publishing anything. We saw what happened with well, most of y'all didn't see, actually, according to the metrics there. But the PGG video from Computex was a full-length video that I hadn't published one of those in a while, and it didn't do well. So you can't just publish something at once. I'm not Michael Reeves. I can't publish one video a year and expect it to go crazy like he does. So, you know, I need to publish a few. I need to get the episodes rolling for whether I keep it SI Weekly or go with PC Gateway. I think I'm going to go with PC Gateway now for the title, but I got to make a new splash screen for that, for the intro. It's just, you know, there's a lot of stuff that I need to do, but guess what? I can do it now. That's great. Oh, Chris, you said you love the Cowboy Bebop t-shirt. Thank you. And then that I need an Afro Samurai t-shirt. That's not a t-shirt I've seen, really. You see a lot of Cowboy Bebop merch. Not a lot of, not enough love for Afro Samurai. Any predictions coming true? Says Rurutu. Predictions on what? Agenor says, do you have any recommended builds with 5090? Well, I mean, Agenor, I mean, sure, I guess, but I would need you to fill out the form so I can get more info from you. Because I don't know if your budget is just enough for a build of the 5090 or if it's $10,000 and everything else can be maxed out too. So if you would, that thing that just posted from Stream Elements says, want help getting the right PC for your budget and needs, fill out this form. That's what you need to click right there, that link, fill out the form, and you'll be on the list. And I'd love to help you out because you would be first. There's nobody waiting in the wings right now to get help. So you just need Lily Pichu in your videos to get 10 million views. Now, to be fair, Rurutu, Michael was getting that. He was getting a lot of views before Lily. And he was very intermittent with his publishing of videos at that time too. But I'm sure it doesn't hurt things for sure. Humanity, I hope you're doing well. I don't know if I already said hi, but if I did, great. I'm saying it twice now. So I want to confess something to you guys while we're waiting. See if Agenor fills out the form. That'd be great. Oh, actually, no, hold on. I want to ask if you ever talked with Zidax. I know how you feel about their tech support. I have a rig from them. No, I've not spoken with them since. I need to, but no, I hadn't had a talk with them since that time. I mean, here's the thing. It really seemed like they were struggling with tech support. Not like the way that Cyberpower PC seems to not care about tech support. Zidax was struggling with whether it was QC issues and then following up on those, or whether it was issues with angry customers and not being able to deal with that necessarily in the healthiest way. I don't know. But they were struggling, meaning there was effort. They were commenting in the whole thing. There was some back and forth, but it did take a while sometimes for them to address issues. But it did lead to me deleting the coupon code that I am supposed to have with them off of the coupon codes list until they can reliably get things up, to where they're supporting their customers well. We were supposed to work on. We were supposed to do a collaboration. They ghosted me on that. It's just there's a lot going on out there. I don't know. I have a review for you to see that I wrote today. It's in Discord. Really? Braxton, when did you get this system from Zidax? When was that? 2023. Okay. Okay, yeah, no, I see it. I see it. Okay. Okay, so you had a good experience. That's good. I think the issue is if you needed to like the issues people have been having is when they've had to send their PC in. And the fact that you didn't have to do that is good. I'm happy to hear that. Cherokee Vapor, how you doing? How you been? Welcome. But yeah, if you didn't have to send it in, then you're not going to run into the RMA issues that they've been running into. Those are the consistent issues they've been having, are RMA problems. So if you haven't had to send it in, that's apparently for the best, because that's where things seem to fall apart for them. But I mean, you look through there, you'll see other people's reporting. They're not short. People say a lot of stuff. There's always a long story. And this has been going back. This has gone back for a while. So, yeah. I'm not buying yet, but I've been eyeing 5090s. So I was wondering if you have built stuff I could take a look at and see the prices. I have built a high-end 2080 Ti system in 2020 and never updated since. Agenor, again, if you would go through the form, that'd be good. I gave you some feedback and you seem to have ignored it. I don't know enough about what you're doing with it. Like whether you need a 5090 or not. What your use case is. Like you could be saying, oh, I'm just going to be gaming at 1440p. Then I'm going to be like, yo, I'm about to save you a lot of money. You know what I mean? So, yeah. TL Foreman, what's up? That's why I'm glad to live very close to the Micro Center. Can't hurt things for sure. But yeah, Braxton, that's I'm happy you had a good experience, and at least their phone tech support seems to be good. That's awesome. It's not the full deal though. They gotta be able to handle it whenever you send them a PC for repair and not have it all fall apart, because that is a consistent thing with them, and apparently it has been for a couple of years, and that has to change, or they're just getting blacklisted. It doesn't matter if the people who never have a problem or never have to send it in, it doesn't matter if they have a good experience. If the people who are really relying on that lifetime warranty, where they're going to send the PC to get it fixed, have an awful experience, because a lifetime warranty becomes a lifetime guarantee of a terrible time. You know what I mean? It almost sours the entire warranty when that happens. But yeah, yeah, that's what I told you, Adriano. That link was what you need to click there. Now, I want to remind you of something. Now, what you mentioned is you built a high-end 2080 Ti system back in 2020. Now, you might think, oh, well, the 5090 is the equivalent, right? No, 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 no. That would have been the Titan card. You see, NVIDIA has gone out of their way to help out consumers here by letting them know, hey, unless you're doing something that can actually utilize 32 gigs of VRAM, don't buy this card. That's why it's $2,000. It costs two 5080s to get one 5090. And if you're just gaming, that's just, no, it's a waste of money. Just like the Titan card was back in 20 series, you know, back in that era. So it would be more like a 5080 for you. Yo, Finite Singularity, what's up, bud? How's it going? Someone from the guy I talked with at Micro Center, apparently while their CPU return period is 15 days, they'll swap out a CPU if it's dead for 60 days without a manager and about 120 days of manager approval. That's awesome. Are you telling me I waste my money on a 5090? Are you telling me you're not going to use 32 gigs of VRAM? I don't think so. You can actually use it. Yep, I get it. Just wanted to share. No, that's honestly, Braxton, I want every story that people are willing to share. Positive, negative, all of them. So I appreciate you taking the time to give a testimonial. I'm not biased against any particular system integrator or not. Like, I want the good and the bad. And speaking of good, well, hold on. Discombobulated. Speaking of good, Visual Nate coming in with a tier 1 sub. Let's go, nerds. Thank you, Visual Nate. Says, can you build an LLM cluster? Then we can build Bray Eye. Love that. And it also scares me. It scares me a lot. I mean, we could do that. I don't know if I want to do that. The people that really need a 5090 are far and few between in my... Yeah, 100%, Cherokee Vapor. That's what... I mean, yeah. It really... They priced the 5090 out of the sort of the gamer market, unless budget is not an issue. Which we've had people come through and they're like, yeah, I just want a game at 4K. My budget is $10,000. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What the heck? Finite Singularity just gifted 5 tier 1 subs to the community. Let's go, nerds. And Valorant added 1 gift sub as well. Thank you, Valorant. Valorant gifted a tier 1 sub to Whiplash. Finite Singularity gifted a tier 1 sub to BM Dodd, Abig C, Crisis 223, X Turbo 95, and Ace Tone. Welcome to the Swarm. Thank you, Finite Singularity. I should really do something about the placement of that. There we go. Now it's just poking me in the head instead of covering my whole face. Oh, snap. Okay. Okay. Hold up. For Hi Skeeter, by the way. Hi Skeeter Gaming. What's up, Alucard? But okay, back into this. Braxton1823 just gifted 10 tier 1 subs to the community. Let's go, nerds. And Valorant added 2 more. Wait. Hold up. And 4 bonus. Holy crap. So Valorant gifted 6 subs as well. Valorant gifted us tier 1 sub to Tiger Lily RCA, 0 Degrees, Laxskyer Beat, Laxskyer Beat. It's Agenor, U.S. Army Combat Medic, Bone Shock, Chasing You, Apocalypse Gamer 442. Oh, it actually, no. Bone Shock is where Valorant ended. Then Braxton gifted a tier 1 sub to Chasing You, Apocalypse Gamer 442, Gabild, Oak Spirit, Midinet, Zydrew, The Hulk, DJ506, Mama Matic, and Leomera Een. Welcome to the Swarm. Thank you, Braxton. Holy crap. And Skeeter, thank you for the 200 biddies. And Finite Singularity, you're very welcome for the help on the build. I'm sorry that CPU thing happened, but now we know more about the support you can get from Micro Center. Okay, it's not going to work if the camera follows me. All right, you got it. Thanks, bud. I appreciate the gifted subs. Thank you so much. Have a good one. And look at that, just like that, level 6 hype train. Holy crap. Oak Spirit, you are subbed. Wow, what's up? Before your first time chat, look at that. Skeeter, again, thank you for contributing to that hype train. Combat Medic, what's up? Look at you all subbed up. Laxsky Repeat. Laxsky Repeat. Am I saying? There's so many consonants, so many vowels. Bone Shock. I mean, you can thank the person who started it, I guess. But yeah, just open the stream and instant sub. How about that? Well, that's going to be going on for a little while. But just so you guys know, this is the last day on Twitch for September. Laxsky Repeat. Laxsky Repeat. Laxsky Repeat. Sorry, I'm just following directions. Laxsky Repeat. Laxsky Repeat. Laxsky Repeat. It just says repeat every time. I have to keep saying it forever. Your name is a trap. It's just like an infinite loop. Is it running an ad now? Is it going to run an ad now? Oh, it snoozed it automatically because of the hype train, I think. That's cool. I'll take that. We take those. Okay, well, neato, gang. That's awesome. Thank you so much for the support, guys. I appreciate it. But yeah, this is the end of September, the last night for September. If you do 5 or more gifted subs, then Valorant, apparently the video game, will potentially add bonus gifted subs, or they will add their own gifted subs, and then potentially some there were 6 extra ones added on for that last 10 drop that Braxton did. So if you guys are wanting to do that, that's up to you. But there might be some bonus fun from that, and that's cool. All right, Kirsty, got it. We'll be here. I had to install a backup program for my Asus drive. It kept launching pop-ups. Oh, that's annoying. Yeah, some of those programs can all. And I know there's one part of Asus Armory Crate that can introduce a vulnerability. So, Armory Crate's not my favorite. Observer of Thoughts, welcome. What's up? I heard the new version of Battlefield 6 has 600 game settings. Observer Thoughts, thank you for being in both streams. I like that. Thank you for watching on both YouTube and Twitch. That means a lot to me. I appreciate that a lot. Okay. Where was I? Where were we? Where am I? Oh, yeah. So we may have somebody filling out the form. Agenor, I believe, newly subscribed to the channel, by the way. Anyone who got a gift sub, you're stuck here now. Just letting you know. Okay, I got a hype chest. That's cool. Thank you for the hype train. Level 6. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate that. And I got a puffer pop emote. That's cool. I don't know what I would use that for. What is that supposed to signify? What's the appropriate time to use a puffer going pop? I don't understand. Anyway. Oh boy. I got a gritty goose. A gritty goose. That sounds serious, Braxton. You should see a doctor about that. I don't know what I meant by that either. Okay. That was fun. Thank you guys. Again, thank you very much. I do appreciate that. Oh, no. I was feeling great. No yawning. Come on. Visual Nate, I've been having a problem with my Z690s. Okay, so you have a 12th, 13th, or 14th gen CPU, Visual Nate. That's... Yeah, I hope you're on the latest microcode. But yeah, you've been keeping track of that issue, right? That's been a known issue for 13th and 14th gen CPUs. Especially the faster, the higher ones. Yeah, it keeps pushing the voltage. That's... When's the last time you updated your BIOS? Have you looked into this at all? Because it's been a major issue for many months now. Okay. Yeah, for quite a while now. That's been a major thing, and the longer you let it go without updating your BIOS, you get permanent damage in the CPU. So, yeah. Well, the thing is, it doesn't reverse the damage when that happens. If you have experienced instability, you're very likely to have a damaged CPU, which is why people were RMAing them to Intel to get that replaced. Here's the fun part, and why Intel lost so much trust from consumers was before this became public, it was a known issue for them. They knew it was a problem, yet they were refusing RMAs anyway. Good guy Intel. Yeah. Might be part of the reason why different CEO now, but not that this one's proven to be that much better. Anyway, but yeah, it may be that your CPU needs replacing. Because once you're on the latest microcode, supposedly, it's not a problem anymore. You're not going to have that issue. But if you ran it, that's what happened to why I had to build a new editing PC. My previous one, the 14900K, is freaking toast. It is dead. Not dead, it still turns on, but it can barely play back video, much less edit them. So, yeah. A 13400K should not be a... Well, also, it wouldn't be a K. They don't make a 13400K. You might be thinking about the 13600K or 137... Okay, 13900K makes more sense. Yeah. They don't make a K SKU for the 13400. They do make an F SKU, but yeah. But a 13900K is more likely to have issues than something like a 13600K. 13600K, they ran pretty well and didn't tend to have those issues as far as I knew. But the i7 and i9 CPUs were the ones that had the problems. What's up, Tech Blacksmith? How's it going? Welcome. So the good thing is, Nate, that because of all that, you can typically get 13th and 14th gen CPUs pretty cheaply because it made people not want to buy them as much. So you should be able to get a replacement CPU, like maybe a 14700K might be that was a pretty great CPU, IMO, because it bumped it up to 20 cores, only 4 efficiency cores away from the i9. And it runs a little cooler and a little less power than the i9. But you just got to make sure your microcode is 100% the latest version you can get. Gary, welcome. How's it going? The Dream 706 says, hi, how are you doing? I'm doing fine, Dream 706. But no need to say hi. Just why don't you just demand information immediately? Okay. Can you recommend CPU, motherboard, and GPU for 4K gaming? I can. Thanks for asking. How about check the? I know you're you know, you need information. I understand. But if you're looking for help on something like that, because basically you're talking about a computer, check that link that posted right above where you said hi, hello. That link right there is how you get help. Basically, you click the link and you're forced to get, because here's the thing, Dream. I want you to think about what might be the most important thing you could have added to that question. Because right now, I'm going to go ahead and tell you that you should get yourself a 9950X3D, $700, right? Maybe a $500 motherboard with that, and then, I don't know, $2,500 5090. You're good to go. Because you didn't give me a budget, that means you have infinite money. Okay. The key to getting helpful answers to your questions is asking helpful questions. Does that make sense? Questions that include the information the person who you're asking for help from can use to provide good help. Okay, so that's what the form is for. The form is there to force you to provide me with info so I can actually help you. Because most people, and this is not just you got to understand, even people who've been here for a long time might have started out in the very beginning coming in and being like, hey, let me ask you a very vague question and expect specific answers back. That just happens a lot. But even like whenever I'm watching, like I'll watch, like Roby's been posting a lot of shorts lately, and it's answering comments on some of his videos and shorts and stuff. And people are asking like, hey, what's a good monitor? And he's like, okay, let's just go over all the monitors at all the different price points because I don't know what your budget is. Like, how much money do you have to spend? All right, here is Odyssey G9 Neo. It's $2,000. Here you go. That's a great monitor. So that's the key, is you need to ask good questions to get good answers. Do you have a link, or am I being too lazy? A link to what, Nate? Can you tell it to not overvolt, or is it too late? Nate, if you're already experiencing instability, it is too late. It has been damaged. Very likely, like 95% certainty that it's been damaged. But a link to what? Tiger Lily, what's up? Welcome. Yeah, you got gifted a sub earlier. Guilty. I asked some dumb questions last year. Skeeter, don't sell yourself short. You asked some dumb questions this year too. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. You let yourself open for that. You left yourself open for that. Sorry about that. I'm building a new PC, but don't want to overspend. Okay, even more reason to give a budget, for sure. 100%. If you're trying not to overspend and you're asking for, because I mean, obviously I don't have thousands of people in here. I'm going to get to every chat. I'm going to read everybody's chat and respond to everybody. But if it were a channel where the chat was moving really fast and you had one shot to get an answer, you need to ask a real good, thoughtful, like well thought out question and make sure that it has all the information the person might need. But that again, because this happens all the time, you don't need to feel bad, and I have a solution for it. It is the form that you see right here. I'll go ahead and post it in chat again. I'm just happy people are asking questions, because lately it's been kind of slow. I'm not even mad about it. Not at all. Replacement CPU model you recommend? I guess. Sure. Skeeter. That's my bad. Alucard, so here would be a question for you. I'm looking at making a few PCs later on and wonder how many cores would be fine to use to consider them as a streaming PC, as a gaming PC. Looking at some 7600Xs, 9600Xs, if you're good, like a solid difference between a streaming PC and a gaming PC would be the additional 2 cores, 4 threads that you get with like a 7800X or 7700X or 9700X. I would just add that in there. I mean, can you do that with a 6-core CPU? Yes. It's not optimal, but you can. But I would definitely go for the 8-core CPUs. Especially considering the price that you can get, like, I don't know, 14 or 20 core CPUs from Intel right now. They're really well priced. So the fact that you've got 8 coming out of the 8 or 6 coming out of AMD, go for the 8, or go for the 8 in either 7000 series or 9000 series. That's just my 2 cents on that. Yeah. There needs to be something that sets it apart from just a gaming PC IMO. And the CPU can help with that. The amount of RAM can help, although generally 32 gigs is going to be enough. If they try to go playing Escape from Tarkov, it might not be enough, but that's going to be up to the buyer, honestly. For most people, 32 gigs of RAM is enough for gaming and streaming. Will, welcome. How's it going? Friday, I'm ordering the PC that you got me. Do you have other promo codes? From what was the company it was from, Will? I got it right here. Hold on. Skytech, the code is Swarm. That's the one. Sailor X, how long does thermal paste last on a CPU? There are variables there, Sailor. It depends on the thermal paste itself. There's some higher performance thermal paste that doesn't have as much longevity. And there's some that are meant to last longer. There's some thermal pastes that are designed to last a long time, like Thermal Grizzly's new Duranaut. So also depends on how often the CPU is run up to, like, fully under load, really reaching high temperatures, the environment that it's in. So, but generally a few years, I mean, some people will run a PC for 5 years and never repaste their CPU, and that's fine until it's not. So it's really hard to predict. Just take note. If you want to track it and see for yourself, like, run Cinebench 2024 with Hardware Info 64. Check your max your average temperature over like a 30-minute thing, a 30-minute run, and then do that again in a year and see if it gets worse. That's the long-term plan, Sailor. Angry Beaver, what's up? How's it going? Welcome. Is there a thread in the Discord with all the codes? Yes. That would be the coupon codes thread, Skeeter. We tried to make it as easy to find as possible. Nate, no problem. Absolutely. I hope you've been well. Yeah, but not many want Intel right now. Maybe when the Intel NVIDIA Fusion is released, that might change. That's going to be probably a year or two, at the earliest. like the amount of time it takes from planning to research and development to early production, followed by testing, thorough testing, and to mass production to retail can usually be a couple of years. Which is why whenever it's like, oh, this generation of blah, blah, blah was clearly a response to so-and-so earlier this year. No, it wasn't. They planned this out a couple of years ago. The whole Ryzen like playbook was written before Ryzen first started. The stuff that's coming out maybe at CES or next year was planned out like many years ago. They do change things as they go a little bit, but yeah, it's planned out pretty far in advance. And to go from an idea to lithography to packaging on the shelves, packaged and on the shelves, is a long process. So their thing with NVIDIA, gonna be a while. Picked up some Duranaut earlier to repaste the GPU. Was crazy, dry, and crusty. Barely applied when I opened it. Really? That sucks. You should return that. You should do, if you got it off Amazon, you should return that. Hey, Braythorn, hope you're doing well. Hello, chat. Yo, what's up? Doing all right, Jordan? How are you? Intel just needs to steal AMD's playbook for longevity of their CPU platforms. They're not interested. I've talked to Intel people before about that, and they're like, "This is how they do it. This is how they do it." This has been since the olden days of Intel. They're not interested in the idea of a socket that lasts forever. It doesn't make sense to them. And the funny thing is, I've had very smart people at from system integrators who've become friends of mine who insist that, bro, it doesn't matter. Like, the average person doesn't upgrade their CPU. They just get a new computer. And while hearing that, you might be like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, no, you're underestimating people, because I think a lot of people just don't think, they're not presented with the idea of being able to do that because of Intel over so many years. If they've been into it for a long time, or if they're new to this, it might not be something they know they could do. But when I ask that question, and I let y'all choose for yourselves, 62.3% say, yeah, I plan on upgrading my CPU over time. Is that an option? Yeah, I want to do that. That sounds great. Or they knew it was an option and they're like, yes, I do plan on doing that. We're going with AMD. AMD, it makes that a lot more possible. Intel, they'll have certain stretches where they'll have a CPU socket for a little while. LGA 1700 lasted a bit. 2 generations and a refresh. Felt almost like 3 generations, but it wasn't. And now you look back and like, oh, that's all plagued with all those issues. Great, cool, neato. I would have upgraded off 12600K, but 13th and 14th killed it for me. I'm going back to AMD. Yeah, I mean, maybe that's why they're like that. They're just like, nah, it's not worth it, because then we screw up. CPU pace lasts until unless your Intel CPU is from defective generation, then it incinerates. Well, that's because it's maybe operating at a higher temperature than it should. I got that from Jawa, actually. It was a $65 ARS Master 3080 I got earlier this year. Oh, you mean the... Okay, Alucard. I thought you meant the Duranaut was dry, crazy dry and crusty and barely applied when you opened it. As in, it would barely apply. The sentence was a little... I felt it was a little unclear, but maybe it wasn't. I don't know. It was already open before I even did anything. I applied new paste and it's running like a champ. Well, yeah, it would be. So the GPU needed repasting. I get it. It was dry and cracked and stuff. Okay, that makes sense. Intel likes pain. I mean, I guess. They must be having a great time now then. I would have upgraded. Okay, I already admit that. Might suggest changing the colors of that chart since you can upgrade. I didn't choose the colors. I didn't choose them. So it just does this. And nobody looks at it but me unless I show it, so. Yeah, but I don't know. No, the GPU was bad. Oh, okay. Wait, but it's running as like a champion now? Getting mixed messages. Anyway, let's see who's filled out the form. Okay, so we have a form filled out here. Oak Spirit has filled out the form before I applied it. Got it. It's running like a champion. Just the pace was bad. Well, then why'd you say no, the GPU was bad? I'm so confused. Hello, I submitted form. I'm just interested in cooler upgrade. Not sure if my 7600X needs it, but it runs 90 to 95C under load. Okay, then I need to know what cooler you currently have. But just so you know, with 7000 series, the previous application of pace was horrible. Yeah, I get that now. But I thought when you said the GPU was bad, I thought you meant the chip. It's okay. It's all right. But anyway, okay. So I was going to say, Oak Spirit, 7000 series Ryzen CPUs are, when they're under load, they're designed to max out temperature and adjust frequency from there based on the efficacy of your cooler, of your cooling overall. And that was, unfortunately, a direction they went in for 7000 series Ryzen. They calmed things down with 9000 series, which everybody was very angry about, by the way. Even though they were very angry before that about temperatures. Man, it's just like the Intel thing. But anyway, but yeah, also just like Intel 13th gen and 14th gen, we're like, hey, we're going to get up to 100C and then we'll figure it out from there. That was where the generations of CPUs where it was just temp maxing and then letting the cooler sort things out. It's a pretty terrible cheapo cooler, the Vetru V5. That is one of the best reviewed CPU coolers in that price bracket. I'm going to be honest with you. Super well reviewed. So, and for some people, it was surprising. They were like, whoa, this is actually really... I was ready to trash this thing. It's actually really good. But if it concerns you and you want to see a cooler upgrade, then sure, that's possible. But just so you know, it is a very good cooler. You just so happen to have a CPU from a generation where they were designed to jump up to max temperature and then figure out frequencies and power draw based on how the cooler is functioning. The Vetru V5 for 7600, totally fine. 7600X, I should say. But anyways, we'll find you another cooler. That's no problem. That's all good. Now, what kind of case are we talking about? 63 idle is a little high. That is a little high. But what type of case are you in? I need to know whether you can fit. It's full ATX. Great. Cool. Okay. Okay. What is the model of case? What is it? You're like, I'm talking about like, is it a Corsair 4000D? What are we looking at? I need to know if it'll fit a 240 millimeter AIO or a 360 in case you want to be able to put a hotter running CPU in there later and then not have to swap out the cooler. If you're going to buy a cooler, buy an overkill cooler. It's not that much more expensive generally than a high-end air cooler for sure. And in some cases, it can be cheaper to get a nice AIO, a decent AIO. I just need to know what'll fit the case. It's a Fractal Design Pop Air. I also only have stock case fans, so maybe just case fans would help out. Your airflow inside the case will definitely affect an air cooler more than it would affect an AIO because an AIO brings case fans along with it, and that helps it sort of brute force. If you have okay airflow, an AIO can brute force cooling in some cases. But let me see here. So I don't need to look at this now. Let's go to CPU coolers. And let's say we go with a Thermalright, black or white. Well, there's only, yeah, there's black and white. 240 on top and 280 on the front. I would do 240 for that CPU. Is it in black or is it in white? Jeff, don't get mad, okay? That's a future customer of yours as of Friday, this coming Friday. So like, play nice. What's up, Jeff? How's it going? In black? All right, here you go. Figures someone fills out the form finally, and it's that quick. It's just that quick. Okay. Yeah, Alucard's bringing Sus back. That's great. We're all very excited. Pop Air does have decent airflow for charts. I changed the fans on both of them. Well, see, now what you'll have, Oak Spirit, is 2 fans on the front for intake and 2 fans in the top for exhaust, plus the rear fan for exhaust as well. So you're adding fans to your case, and you're doing all that for a very low price. So, yeah. Thanks for all the help. Just mostly was concerned about 95C under load. If you have 7000 series Ryzen, an X class CPU, 7600X, 70, it's less, it's not necessarily going to be the case as much with 7600X, but it can. You will see temperatures drop potentially if you have very good cooling and you're just gaming or something and it's not using the CPU that much. You may see it not jump all the way up to 95 now, and that's good. But just know that that kind of behavior was typical of 7000 series Ryzen CPUs. Just like with, you'd see a 13700K just jump up to 100C, and just like, all right, I'm going to hang out here. I hope your cooling is good. He'll be here in a minute. Lol, he's always in YouTube first. Redemption 77 says, nope. Uh-huh. Will says, play nice. And honestly, I don't think he's generally in YouTube first. It's kind of one way or the other. Okay, well, my one mod is arguing with someone in chat. That goes well. At least it's a very simple argument. I like to keep it mysterious. Never know. It's keeping us on our toes. Hey, by the way, Jeff. Yeah, that looks good, right? Fits right in with the setup. I don't know. I'm probably gonna put my right vertical monitor back here that I took down a while back. It might block the PC a little bit though. I can't have that. It's a great cat-themed PC. Whatever makes you happy, buddy. You see, guys, Jeff has a little secret. Jeff likes to wear cat ears, so he likes to think that also apparently inanimate objects wear cat ears as well. It's all love here. It is, Will. Absolutely. In my real ears, I can't take them off. I told you to think twice before the surgery. Look, it's your body. It's your choice. All right. It's so lit, Dan. Look. All right. And also, I have it on a turntable, so kind of show it off. Here we go. Unfortunately, the cable management is a little tight, so it just moves right back. But I can still show it for like a moment. But actually, that's really just to help me get to the back, to get to the I/O in the back. Rage bait right off a rip. Yeah. Are we surprised? All right, Dream came in with a budget here. Awesome, with a form. I'm excited. I'm excited for you. So Dream, let me tell you how this works. We're now going to try to find you the perfect parts list. We're doing a parts list. So you're doing this build yourself. Okay. We're going to try to put together the perfect parts list just for you. And you giving us most of the information we need. I'm going to ask a few questions here and there, but we'll work with what we got here. So you are building this yourself, to be clear. This is a DIY build. You just need a parts list to sort of optimize your budget, right? So you're in Canada, I see. Over in Canada. Got it. Is this amount in Canadian dollars or in USD? Not too much RGB. Gaming, programming, esports, streaming, content creation, video editing. Oh boy, you're looking to do a lot here. You're not interested in upgrading your CPU down the line. Boy, have I got good news for you. Intel has entered the chat. Okay. So this is in Canadian. All right. I just want to point out that I'm not roasting you because I have decided not to roast people. Because even though it says this, you agree to this when you fill out the form, that if you ignore instructions on any of the questions, you agree to be roasted on stream. I haven't done that in a while. I do want to point out that I highlighted, underlined, I put in bold, in italics, underlined, and put asterisks around this saying US dollars. But it's okay. Let me ask you this. What is your actual maximum budget for the PC? Not a range like the form asks you for, but just a max budget, a solid number. Is it 2,700 Canadian dollars? Is it 2,650? What are we looking at? If you don't roast them, aren't you breaking your own TOS? No, I'm not in that. It doesn't. I'm not obligated to do it. It just means that I can. They're agreeing to be roasted on stream, but it doesn't. They're not guaranteed to receive a roasting. 3K, got it. All right. What's up, Peckish? How's it going? Tech enthusiast, welcome. Let me highlight this like I'm supposed to here. Here we go. Business as usual around here. Okay, now when it comes down to it, gaming, pro gaming, esports, streaming, content creation, video editing, all that stuff, we have to fit that into one PC, okay? That means it's not going to be the best at any of those things. It's going to be a balanced PC. I will say, if you're putting in pro gaming / esports while also choosing 4K resolution, those two things tend not to jive too well together. You're not going to see many pro gamers or esportsians gaming in 4K. They usually will aim for 1080p, maybe 1440p now, depending on the game they're playing. But let me ask you this. Out of the things that you chose, gaming, other more different gaming, streaming, and content creation / video editing, what are the highest priorities? How would you list them in order of priority? Is like streaming #1 priority? Is gaming the #1 priority? Or is video editing or content creation #1 priority? Gaming is #1. Got it. Okay, so what kind of games are you playing? Like, if you can list a couple of games, 1 or 2 games that you're going to be playing, what would they be? Like, are you playing Call of Duty? Are you playing, I don't know, Hello Kitty Island Adventure? What kind of games are you playing? Which is a real game, as it turns out. Going all right. I finally convinced my console brother of like 20 years to finally build a PC, and only because he's going to get my RX 6600 when I upgrade, I put together a fully white brand new PC for $359 for his birthday. Nice. So it's a good transferring people to PC. He has a lot more use for it other than gaming. That's okay. That's awesome. Very cool. That was very cool of you to do that. Battlefield. Okay. Call of Duty. Okay. Huh. Okay. So remember when I said combination of things, it's not going to be the best at any of them. The best CPU we would put in there for a Call of Duty type of system would be like an X3D chip. But that CPU sucks for video editing. So, 2 terabyte minimum. Well, yeah, I mean, the value of the whole price of the PC being at like $3,000 Canadian, I wasn't going to go anything less than 2 terabytes a la carte, 100%. Unless you're talking to somebody else there, but yeah. But yeah. Anyways, the thing about it is something like a 7800X3D, 9800X3D, it's just terrible for video editing. It really does not do a good job. 9950X3D, pretty great for video editing, but also like $700 by itself. It's like $680 for just the CPU. Yeah, that's not the best way to go. So we're going to go Canada there. Is the 9950X a lot cheaper than the 9950X3D? Peckish, I'm currently helping somebody else out right now. If you're wanting me to just Google stuff for you, I wouldn't normally mind, but I am in the middle of helping somebody. I would just I'm always willing to help, but that does seem like a Google search engine entry right there. You can just check prices anytime, anywhere you want. It should be cheaper. Oh, hey, look, here's CPUs. I guess I'll look for you. Here you go. Well, this is Canadian prices. I have to change it back to the U.S. pricing in order to do that. But it does look like it is... where the hell's the 9950X? Am I just missing it? Oh, yeah. Well, it's a couple $100 Canadian cheaper. Top is what? Top what? Well, then that's the 9800X3D. I was asking about the 9950X. It's all the way down here. There. So that's the opposite of top. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, no, see, if you go 9950X non-3D at non-X3D, that defeats the purpose. Like 265K is going to have similar performance to that in Call of Duty, and it's a lot cheaper. Like a lot cheaper. For instance, let's see, where is it at? 265K, $419 Canadian. And this is the second best Premiere Pro CPU. And it's freaking half the price of a 9950X, just above half the price. But anyways, let me ask you a couple more questions. I know you got a bunch of questions aimed your way. Welcome to my life. Anyways, when it comes to the video editing side of things, do you know what software you're going to use? Are you going to use DaVinci Resolve, Premiere Pro, CapCut? What are we talking about for that? Rutu says top of the morning to you. Is it yet? It's 9:04 p.m., so not quite. I know I was asking for your scenario. Oh, okay, that makes, but I'm sorry. Was mainly saying so because theoretically 9950X should be the best productivity CPU. Yeah, the thing is, if I'm not going to go 265K, it's going to be to go for an X3D chip. But then you lose the performance in video editing. And yeah. What about the 9900X? Good go-between. I've seen it for $275. The problem, tech enthusiast, is that when you turn on a game, that becomes a 6-core CPU. So if you're streaming and playing games at the same time, and it's a CPU-heavy game, that's a bad combo. We don't want that. It could be a problem. Or at least it's not ideal, at the very least. Yeah. The other side of things is that regardless of the fact that Call of Duty, everyone's like, oh, AMD everything Call of Duty, because that's what I hear. That's what people tell me, AMD, right? It's going to run. It's going to run just fine on a 265K. Oh, but it's going to lose 7% performance. I'm not going to give up 30% video editing performance for that. I don't care. It needs to be balanced and also a way better freaking deal. The 265K is an insane deal. Not really sure. Okay, well, I hope it's Premiere Pro because the 265K is insane at that application. They also stated that they don't plan on upgrading their CPU over time. So the longevity of the socket, not an issue. You're just going to leave this thing in there and it's going to run a long time. It's 20 freaking cores for $419 Canadian. It's awesome. Braxton, you may want to go to the Discord for that. But yeah, tech enthusiast. The problem with any 12-core AMD CPU, well, particularly in 9000 series, that's going to be the 9900X or 9900X 3D, is that they both have core parking. And when you turn on a game, half of the cores shut off. And if you're just gaming, that's usually fine. But if you're gaming while streaming, that could potentially be a problem. And something like the 9950X 3D would be a better option. That would turn to 8 cores instead of 16. But that is a weakness of the lower end Ryzen 9 CPU. Okay. Chris, glad you arrived safely. That's great. Awesome. Happy to hear it. Also depends if they take their gaming or productivity more seriously, because it's not like a nice X3D CPU can't do productivity or anything. Peckish, yeah, it just takes a massive hit in that regard, unfortunately. It's not like it can't do it, but it's disproportionately disadvantaged for everything but gaming. Is it good for video editing, though? What, the 265K? Or are you talking about the 9900X? 9900X is not bad for video editing, but it doesn't keep up with... Look, okay, here. Let's go here. This is why I keep these handy. We go to Premiere Pro. All right, the 9900X, not bad. Not bad at all. That's Photoshop. Where? Okay, Premiere Pro. Okay, 9900X is down here. 265K beats it for less money. That kind of solves the whole thing for me. Also, the 265K doesn't shut off half of its cores when you start a game, because AMD has taken forever to figure out chiplet to chiplet latency. Like if we go back to, we're still talking about CPUs. It's okay. I don't mind making these last a long time because like we don't get that many submissions per stream now. So the 9900X versus the 410 Canadian dollars, the 9900X is 546, and it loses not drastically in video editing, but you'd think for more money there'd be more performance. Yeah. And it doesn't have the advantage of 3D V-Cache where it gets better gaming performance in a 265K. It should be more or less comparable. Welcome, Vaquero. How's it going? All these CPUs are really fast. That's very true. It just so happens to be that the one I keep championing here is way cheaper than everything around it. Like all of these around it. The 285K is like $570. The 9950X 3D is like $680 US dollars. 265K is like $270, man. It's so cheap for the performance you get. I'm just helping is what I'm doing. What's up, Tech Grant? How's it going? I don't know. Here's the thing. Every time someone does a short where they're going to maybe say something good about Intel, they can't do it because they're so like, I don't know. They're just like Intel hate pilled from the 13th and 14th gen situation and their own rhetoric that they cannot get out a positive word. And that means tons of consumers are overlooking this freaking gem right here. And I can't stand, I don't know, I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. The main thing is gaming with the capability to doing some video editing and possibly some streaming. Okay. This can do all of that. Yes. Now, if you're there, Dream, if you're there thinking, I want AMD, what do I need to say to get him to recommend AMD? Just say you want AMD, because the use cases you presented, plus the fact that you're not, like, the whole benefit of AMD, the fact that you can upgrade the CPU way down the line because they support their sockets for a long time, you said you're not going to do that. There's literally no tangible benefit to you spending the extra money for AMD. IMO. I'm just a gamer, so I'd ride AMD to the ends of the earth. Maybe I shouldn't be contributing to this. Peckish, the funny thing is, had this been a few years ago, just a few years ago, you would have been saying the same thing about Intel. Unless if you're new to this, you might think AMD has always been the king of gaming. Oh, no. They swapped places. AMD was the king of productivity with earlier Ryzen stuff. And Intel was the gaming chip. They were the gaming kings for a very, very, very long time. As Jeff is saying there, Redemption 77. Whichever of these you get, you're going to have a great experience. It just so happens that one of these is cheaper than everything else and gives a similar experience. Maybe AMD is better for single core performance in some games? Question mark. Oak Spirit? Maybe? Question mark. I mean, if the thing is, whichever one you get, that's the experience you're going to have. And as Jeff is saying there, all of these are good. Intel got good CPU right now for VMs. Tech Enthusiast, Social Delivery Streams. Thank you. Got someone who wanted a good for VMs and LLMs. 265K is good. A good PC. Got it. AMD popped off in the last 2 years. Well, the X3D. That's it. That was it. Well, to be fair, 5000 series was a big jump forward, and then they came out with X3D, and yeah. Anyways, back to this. Let's pick out a good motherboard. All right, you got it, Jeff. Drive safe. I dare you to drive safe. Do you also give advice on upgrade versus new build? All phobic, sure. It's the same form, but you do need to have you need to have a list of all of your components. And I'm not saying CPU, GPU, and then I have to ask you one after another for all of the other components. You need to have all of your components as a list so I know what to potentially upgrade. Like, you can't just upgrade your GPU without knowing what your power supply wattage is, all that kind of stuff. So that's the form for you right there, all phobic. You need to fill that out. And there's an option in there that you'll see that says upgrade. Did you want a pre-built, a parts list for a DIY build, or you need help with an upgrade? That's for you. I posted on Discord on sick PCs. Oh, interesting. So you did end up going that route. Okay. Oh. Who is the Jeff you're trying to talk to? Do you mean Mikey? The owner of Sick PCs? Sure, I'll hydrate. If Jeff is the guy from Skytech, he whispered in chat the other day. Oh, okay. Jeff though? Okay, sure. I don't know which one you mean. Do you mean? Okay. X3D was game changing. It was. Love Intel, but can't recommend them unless for some situations. Their stuff works fine. It's what I have in that piece. It works working awesome. I've even run some games on it. It's freaking great. But yeah, all right. Arc is amazing for video encoding. Got cheap Dell PC with quad core. Throw in A380 for encoding. Oh, okay. Marathon will be at CS for Media Day. Might see you then. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I should be going. Okay. I was doing this thing here. So let's see. Close that. I thought you meant you'd posted a testimonial of them. Now, what happens when you say you want to do streaming? The build you did for me was, I remember it was with Sick PCs. Yes. I remember that. That was a hell of a build. Let me see. So when you say that you want to do streaming, I will then find you a motherboard with a ton of I/O, because as you go with streaming, as you continue to stream and you do it for longer, you're going to want to start getting like, oh, I'm going to get a stream deck. I need a microphone, so I'll go USB mic or USB audio interface to XLR microphone. I need a USB webcam, or I need an external capture card for my mirrorless camera. Or now I want to get a second stream deck for this other side here, or what? It just happens. You get more devices to make streaming easier. So I tend to just recommend a motherboard that has a lot of I/O. You can add I/O to some motherboards if it's if you got PCIe slot available. But let me see here. You were going with a black PC, is that correct? Yep, that's what I normally see. I'm not too salty about it, I promise. Okay, maybe a little bit. Okay, ATX, and go by price. Here we go. I keep freaking out when I look at the prices, and I need to remember it's in Canadian. Yeah, it's pretty good. Okay, and good price too. So we'll probably go with that. Peckish, yeah. PCIe Gen 5 storage has become a lot more affordable. Whereas it used to cost double to get a 2 terabyte PCIe Gen 5 storage drive, SSD, it's now just like 30% more. And for some people, that is worth it to get double the speed, literally double the speed. So yeah, there is a singular, actually, there are multiple reasons for it. He's not lying, folks. My motherboard that he picked is loaded with I/O, 100%. I/O and nice PCIe slots at 16 4X. Learned a lot from you since I didn't think MOBO are that deep. They are, yeah, 100%. Actually, let me check the layout of this real quick. I've checked the AMD one, and I shouldn't assume this one is similar. Yeah, thank you for loading everything as slowly as possible for dramatic effect. Nobody cares. Okay, 2X PCIe 4.0 X16. Both support X4. Hell yeah. That's awesome. I love that. That's freaking great. Dual X4 X16 slots at PCIe 4.0. This motherboard is sick. Sick, I tell you. Add to parts list. This is a great motherboard for a streaming PC. That if you're trying not to overspend on the motherboard, but you need good I/O and you need potential to expand with either additional I/O or an internal capture card. Also, can you only really saturate the Gen 5 NVMe if you don't have super fast internet? What do you mean? There are multiple ways to saturate. I mean, it's just any data transfer over the lanes. Meaning, like, if you're transferring from one drive to another, or if you're, I mean, yeah, there's like, or if you're doing graphic stuff. I mean, if you're doing something like LLMs or anything that's going to really utilize your VRAM and your GPU and yada yada, you got a ton of stuff going back and forth, and it's over PCIe Gen 4, it's going to saturate less easily than on Gen 5. You can take a 5090 that is PCIe Gen 5 and put it in a Gen 4 slot. It will drop the speeds down to Gen 4 speeds, and that might saturate those PCIe Gen 4 lanes. So the point is not that you want to saturate Gen 5. It's that you do not want to saturate the lower bandwidth Gen 4. You just want things to be able to run as fast as they are able to run. Let's choose 64 gigs of DDR5. $6,400 CL32 should do it. Why is so much of this out of stock? What the hell? Crazy. Why show it to me then? Take it off the list. What'd you say about RGB? You want some, but not too much. Okay. So we have people filling out the form. That's awesome. I'll be getting to that as soon as I can, guys. Oh, fair, I guess. I have a crazy fast Gen 4 NVMe, but it only uses its full speed when downloading games. But when I transfer things, it does super slow. Well, the transfer is going to be as slow as the slower device. So if you're transferring from a super fast drive to like a Gen 3 drive, it's going to go to Gen 3 speeds. Why do I have that open too? Okay, we'll get the, let's see. Oh, it's just $5 more to get the Kingston. Why wouldn't we do that? So we're going 64 gigs of RAM. Multiple reasons for that, but the main one is video editing, okay? Now, you might say like, oh, I'm not a serious video editor. The word that would come right after that would be yet, potentially. If you're just getting into it and you just want to do some video editing, you might find like, oh, I actually really love this and I want to do a lot more of it. Well, you're going to have a system that is already set up for that. Go 2 terabytes of storage for starters. When it's in Canada and you can't get inland drives, I actually have to really think about it. Western Digital Black SN850X. Okay, there you go. That's a solid drive right there. 2 terabytes, not a bad price. It's 64 gigs of RAM, only 5 tabs in the browser. I mean, maybe if they're really good tabs, I don't know. But there's a lot in them. I don't know. Maybe. What kind of tabs are you opening over there, Oak Spirit? I don't know where I was going with that. Then AMD, which AMD motherboards were... Intel motherboards are usually better for I/O and PCIe. This generation, yeah. Previously, Intel was... Intel had not enough lanes, PCIe lanes. And Intel's always been a little bit stingy with PCIe lanes for zero reason. And then with 7,000... Well, basically, when Socket AM5 came out, and they were like, oh, you get 24 lanes of PCIe Gen 5, and we can use it in all kinds of ways. This is great. Here's a bunch of I/O. Well, Intel finally upped their game in that regard, and then they overtook AMD with affordability on I/O, and it's not behind a paywall, and it's quite nice. Video card. The overall budget for this TL Foreman is 3,000 Canadian. Let's try to do a 5070 Ti. Okay, that's about right for Canadian dollars. Okay. Okay, let me ask you, Dream. Yes, not a pro at video editing or streaming. Just want the capable build that can gaming plus. That can gaming plus? Can do gaming and those things. Got it. Okay, so let's talk about style of cases. Do you like the cases where you have the glass on the front, you can kind of see everything, or do you just want a mesh front panel, standard airflow? What do you have in mind? Do you like the fish tank style or like the mesh style? I guess that's a good way to put it. Okay. I have a case already? Okay. Here we go. Here we freaking go. Are you going to do the thing that happens to me sometimes where somebody bought multiple parts and didn't tell me at the beginning? Because you should tell me at the beginning all the stuff you've already got, because I've had it to where people are like, oh, by the way, I already have storage. After I pick them out storage, and then I'm looking at GPUs, they're like, oh, I already have a 4070 Ti Super. Oh, okay. Oh, I already have a case. Oh, I got a power supply, by the way. Why do you need me? Okay, so you already have the case. Neat. Got it. Just the case, nothing else, right? I've been burned before where I wasted mine and everybody's time on that. Okay, so no case needed. Awesome. Silent Furies, what's up? How's it going? Zintech says, I was always told to get a good CPU, RAM, and video card. Whoever told you that, they know that you need a motherboard, right? And that you never cheap out on your power supply? Who told you that? 5070 Ti is turning out to be a great card for me, right? 5070 Ti is low-key awesome. It's actually high-key awesome, okay? 4K gaming all day long. Zero issues. Awesome. That is a mega-sized case, Alucard. Just check and Dream. You're not planning on putting that thing on the floor, are you? It's a big case, so I hope you got a big desk. That was years ago before I knew about computers. My uncle told me that. I mean, look, it's not bad advice. It's just not complete advice, is what I would say. Because, yeah, you want to get all those things to be good, you know? But, like, you can overspend if you're like, oh, but I want the good video card. So let me get the more expensive version of the, 4070 Super or whatever. You're not going to benefit a whole lot from that. You just get the video card at the level that you want. And generally, from case to case, it's going to be pretty similar performance. But yeah, but no, it's not bad advice. Like I said, just incomplete, because really, you kind of want to give a little bit of attention to all the parts. Make sure that you're getting the right stuff. Oh yeah, 5070 Ti is serving me well. Glad to hear it, Vaquero. Yeah, PSU. Let's give a little room to grow here. That does help with the budget though, so that's good. I don't know why I clicked on case. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. Okay. Now, real quick. Okay, there's an ad right now, apparently. Even though it's not telling me there's an ad, there's an ad. For any folks getting help or in line to help, I can say for a fact, Braithorn's on point with PC Matchmaking. Thank you, TL Foreman. I appreciate that. I purchased 2 rigs with his matchmaking skills. Thank you, sir. You're very welcome. 100%. I'm sad SLI never worked. The dual or quad GPUs look awesome. Oak Spirit, it does look awesome. And the concept of being able to maybe not buy the top of the line GPU, but get similar performance by maybe adding in a second one or a third or a fourth. Was really cool. But it's just a mess to implement. And it didn't scale the way you might think it would. 2 of the same GPU did not double the performance, unfortunately. It's over. Awesome. Okay. Real quick. That case, did it come with any fans? It came with like 3 intake fans on the side, right? We might need to add a few fans. Let me look up the case real quick. (2023) H9 flow. There we go. In black. Let's just go here and take a look at it. So yeah, it comes with the side intake. Wait a minute. Oh my God. And you just stop me from browsing your site. Just do it. Just tell me you don't want me here. NZXT. Dicks. Okay. Wait. Hold up. Why do they have exhaust fans on the side intake? I didn't know they did that. These are exhaust fans. These are not reverse flow, is what I'm saying. What are they doing? No, you don't want a negative pressure setup. No, these are pictures. I mean, I imagine. Oh, I guess they didn't make this float. Maybe it is a model, but no, this is what you're supposed to get. It's just bad planning because it's supposed to be side intake, not side exhaust. I mean, that's very typical. That's very typical of how you want to set these up. Positive pressure is generally going to be superior to negative pressure setup. That's pretty universally agreed upon. Yeah, side intake is superior generally to side exhaust. You don't really want side exhaust. There's a few reasons for that. The gap between where the mesh is and where the fans are one thing. You end up just getting it to circulate around this chamber here. You also, if you have this next to a wall, you're filling up that space between the wall and the PC with hot air. And guess what's over here? The intake for your power supply to exhaust through. So it's pulling in already hot air, not optimal there. And generally, you want more intake than exhaust. That's just a good rule of thumb. So we might need to replace those fans, essentially, is what I'm saying. Anyways, all right, cool. No problem. I'll figure it out. Ghost Poner, what's up? No, that's a good case. It's a good case. It's just a bad. The fans it chose are not the best. The problem is NZXT, as far as I know, still have not come out with reverse flow fans. And even at this point, even Corsair has reverse flow fans. And they're pretty slow to do anything that wasn't their idea to begin with. Well, they do copy some things, but like it takes them a while. I want to say that B is providing the best PC builder class for free. As for PC build, I would say that I would point y'all at Roby for the PC building class. I would point you at Roby Tech for that. But when it comes to speccing out PCs, that's where I like to. I'll take a little credit for that. Well, I keep my PC sits to my left anyways, to where the fans are away from the wall. Okay, I mean, you could always flip the fans around and have them become intake just like that. All right, I'm getting too distracted here. Let me pick out a power supply. I just wanted to verify what the power how the power supply mounting was, and it's pretty typical for a dual chamber case. So, yep, it just mounts sideways like that. So that means we can use a Lee & Lee Edge power supply. So that's cool. No. There we go. Now we're overdoing it a little bit on the power supply for future upgrades, so that you don't have to upgrade your power supply unnecessarily. Okay, yeah, I know. You need a CPU cooler. I'm on it. I'm on it. But we're going to also add some fans. Make sure that you're all fanned up. I had an NZXT case and it caused my PC to overheat. Oh, yeah. It was so funny. I don't know if y'all remember Blastin, but he was all about NZXT, and he loved the H5 Elite that he had. And I was like, bro, that thing it's a hot box. And he's like, oh, it runs great right now. And then he got a GPU upgrade, and he was like, damn, my PC's a hot box. I'm like, yeah, I know. I told you. You just needed more demanding components in there, and then you would see. And he did see. What if we do all Thermalright fans? Don't they have... Well, see, I kind of want to go NZXT because it's an NZXT case. You know? But they don't have reverse flow fans. So no. I want to make this thing look good. Like real good. Let's go look at fans first. Wait, do they have it as a new thing, whether it's reverse flow or not? Yes, yes, they do. All right. That's what I'm talking about. We don't want to spend all the money on Lee & Lee fans, though. But apparently Thermalright makes reverse flow fans now. Can we get some 3-packs, please? You know, if you don't want too much RGB, this is a pretty good option right here. I'm just saying the glass windows on a side too, where you can't really see two in the first place. So this case wouldn't really bother me unless it was in a place where I felt like it was getting a little toasty. I guess that makes sense. Also, if you have it to your left and you have those fans set as exhaust, it should be blowing hot air right at you. Having them set as intake would probably be a little better for your comfort. You know, anyone got any suggestions on some software I could get on my PC? Any fun stuff? I mean, video games is where I would start. All right, Steve, thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. I hope you get some good rest. I want a dream build Bray builds me an Amazeballs PC. I guess it's a real word. I would, yeah. Check Merriam-Webster. See what they got to say about it. That or you type it so many times, Steve, that it's just in your autocorrect now. But all right, have a good one. Yeah, in that case, I might just go for these because there's a 3-pack. Wait, there is no 3-pack of this. They have it with this one. Oh, wait, right here. But there's no price on it. Okay, not thermal, right? Let's see what other brands. I guess Montec. We go Montec. I've used those. They're good. No multi-packs. Okay. So you can get 3-packs of these, just so you know. You can. They just don't have it listed. And we're just checking fan sizes that will fit. Triple 120, triple 120. Yeah, so it's not really the whole thing like Evo RGB, the 011 Evo RGB, where you can fit 140 millimeter fans. These are going to be 120s. So yeah, here's what I'm going to do. Okay, the Dream 706. I'm going to put this fan in here. What I'd like you to do is, if you go on Amazon, you can find triple packs of these for a very good price. And these are, you can get them in standard flow and reverse flow. Now, the standard flow, you're not going to really need to worry about except for like one for the back. But that's not going to say RX 120. These RX 120s are, they say R because of the reverse flow aspect of it, okay? I'm going to add this, and what you need is 6 of these. So 2 3-fan packs, 2 triple packs. And that's going to be to replace these and to add 3 at the bottom as well. So you're replacing these and adding 3 at the bottom. Here's why I think these are perfect for you. Because this has just a surrounding RGB. It is a lot more subtle than when the entire fan hub is lit. So you're going to get some RGB, but not too much. The other side of it is they're very affordable too. So you should be able to find that on Amazon, some triple packs. Let me add on the ones that are standard flow as well. Well, let's get your AIO. Now that I know we're going Montec, I'm going to get the AIO here. So Montec. Okay, so we have some options here. We'll go with the 360 here. We're still under budget. This is great. This is really good. So the standard fans are the AX 120s. Oh, they make metal fans now. I kind of want to check those out. But anyways, they also make the AX 120s. Those are the standard flow ones. And you only need 1 of these. Okay? Just 1. That's for the rear of the case. That's for back here. Okay? So you'll have 6 fans in reverse flow for these 6 right here. Bottom and side. Now, the AIO is going to come with 3 fans for the top. And they're not going to look exactly the same. But you don't necessarily look at your PC from underneath like that. So what they're going to do is there's a little more RGB, a little more illumination coming out of those. That's cool because what you directly see is going to be subtle. It's going to be the outside of those fans. But the inside of the PC will be illuminated from the light coming from the top a little bit extra. And that's kind of like indirect lighting. And that's super cool. I think it's going to be a good setup for you. Remember this. This is a black PC case. The inside is black. The outside is black. All of that. And that means it can handle a little extra RGB without being too bright. With a white PC build, Any RGB that you add feels magnified. You got to trust me on this. It's awesome if you want that. If you don't want that, it's pretty rough. So this is altogether a very, very awesome PC for all of the things you listed. Even if video editing and streaming are not a priority for you off the bat, this can do those two things very, very well. So when you're ready to get serious about it, you got a machine that can handle it. I am a full-time content creator. This is the CPU I chose for my new editing rig. Let's put it that way. But you can game on it too. You're gaming at 4K, this thing is going to play any of those games really, really well, because for 95% of video games at 4K, it's more GPU than CPU. Now, I chose a 5070 Ti because I run a 5070 Ti in my primary gaming and streaming system here. And I can play any game at 4K and it doesn't break a sweat. I've done so on stream on the 5070 Ti. It's very strong. So, and we came out at 2794.00. So we're at just about $2,800 Canadian. Your budget was $3,000 Canadian. I think we did pretty dang good. You're going to need a Windows license for this. You can get it from multiple sources. Get an OEM Windows license for way cheaper than a retail one. But with the budget left over that there is, you could just get a retail license too if you want. That is up to you. Let me go ahead and save this. Awesome. I appreciate the help. No problem. Oh, also, the fact I went with a Montech Hyperflow CPU cooler. If you're like, oh, I don't know Montech that well, are they good? Is it a good cooler? Well, this cooler shows up in sponsor spots for Gamers Nexus, and just so you know, Gamers Nexus actually will test hardware before they will approve it for sponsorship. So if they approve of it, I can't test it any close to as well as they can. So it's going to be a good unit. Now this is going to be a little bit more expensive than this overall price, by the way, a little bit more, because you're getting 2-3 packs of this, but you should still have way more than enough left over in that budget. All right. There you go. So let me double check that the next person is here. That's going to be the Tech Enthusiast. Are you still here? Bergie, what's up? You're welcome, Dream. No problem. Nice. The flow is killer, knocking it out of the park. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Having y'all cheering me on always makes this a lot better. But Bergie, I'm good. We're chilling. We're getting into our second build here, hopefully, if the Tech Enthusiast is still here, being enthusiastic about tech. And that's the Dream 706 coming in with a tier 1 sub. Let's go, nerds. Dream, welcome to the swarm. You're stuck here now. I appreciate that. It's not necessary to sub or give bits or do any of that stuff for me helping you out, but it is appreciated. Thank you very much. All right, Tech Enthusiast is here. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Let's get into it. Looks like this one is a Micro Center parts list. Gaming, streaming, content creation, video editing, 1440p. What's your actual max budget? 20-core CPU, that's wild. Also an odd number for CPU cores. Lone Vaquero, here's the thing. It was a 16-core CPU before with, like, this is a descendant of the 13700K, which had 8 performance cores, 8 efficiency cores, and then you had, is that right? Yes. And then you had the 14700K, which added 4 efficiency cores to get it closer to the i9. So that was a 20-core CPU. Well, this is a descendant of that. This is a Core Ultra 7. 265K. Could they have called it a 270K? Yes. Did they? No. Anyway, so yeah, it inherited that 20-core layout. I know, but I'm happy to support the stream. I appreciate that. And you know what? Come hang out anytime you want. Because this, honestly, it just at a glance, it could seem like it might be boring, but actually it's pretty fun to do this. And from the number of people who just hang out, even though they don't need help, I guess it's fun to watch. I don't know. I need to figure out what I want before the 15th of October. Like, in general, like from life? What do you mean Zintech? JV Loan. Do you have any build video streams you can recommend for first-time builders on your channel? Well, I can recommend my stream because one of the hardest things for first-time builders is speccing out, choosing the right parts, and I help with that. But you can watch Zach's Tech Turf. You can watch Roby Tech if you want streams. Zach builds PCs on streams at least once a week, I think. Roby Tech builds them like multiple times a week. Both great channels. And you also find some PC companies that will build live on stream, so you can watch the process, all that. A little over is fine. Okay. Good to know. I hope you're feeling better than Sunday. I am feeling better than Sunday. I mean, I got like 55 minutes. I got like 50 minutes of that stream. And at this point, we're at about 2 hours. So I think I'm doing a little better. So we're looking at the Westmont, Illinois Micro Center. Let's get into it. Wow, it really wants me to sign in, doesn't it? Jeez. I watched a lot of Zach. I use his 7500F and B580 build as a template. Looking to start soon. Okay. I mean, is that necessarily right for you? Depends on what you're using your PC for. Zach does know his stuff, though. If you're really focused on budget, price to performance, Zach is insane at that. He's cracked at that. Michelle, welcome. How you doing? Gonna be buying a PC next month. Okay. We're supposed to be there the 15th, and I'm trying to figure out how much money I'm gonna have. I'm going to Indianapolis for a wedding, but while I'm there, I'm going to Micro Center. Oh, sick. Awesome. Okay. So this is a multi-use PC here. Now, you're looking at 1440p. Can you, Tech Enthusiast, what kind of games are you going to be playing with this for the gaming side? Also, tell me if you can what the priority is. Like, what's number one priority? Gaming. You listed gaming, streaming, content creation, video editing, right? Yeah. So, how would you order those in order of most to least important? This time, I'm the one who's super sleepy. I know how that feels, though. I feel for you. But yeah, that's exciting, Zintech. I hope you have a good time with that. And then you could be like, oh, it's for a wedding gift. For sure. Gaming, video editing, streaming. Okay. Now, you are interested in being able to upgrade your CPU over time. That does complicate things because Intel is not interested in that. And for now, do you know what program you're going to be using for video editing? There's a few in here that I look at. Premiere Pro, and of course, you're going to see DaVinci Resolve pop up here as well. And that actually makes a difference. COD, Borderlands 4, survival horror games. Okay. I'm gaming off console. Ghost Opponer. I'm not sure what to say about that. That's cool. I mean, it's usually a pretty good gaming experience on a dedicated gaming machine. Grounded 2. I don't know how you could do it. I can't. I hate bugs. And the thought of them being the size of a bus, no thanks. The only thing I like about gaming on PC is crashing. I've had consoles crash. Someone here didn't play Pokemon Scarlet or Violet when it first launched on the Switch 1. Good Lord. That was rough. Okay. Now, for the video editing side, what software are you looking at using for video editing? Consoles crash often. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Xbox 360 Red Ring of Death, ring a bell? That's a crash you don't recover from. DaVinci Resolve. All right. So, by the way, if you and of course, well, we don't have time here to talk about to say this because it usually beats me to the punch. But if you're using the free version of DaVinci Resolve, don't concern yourself too much with what GPU you get in terms of video editing because it's not going to use GPU hardware acceleration unless you pay for the pro version of DaVinci Resolve. But that's why I did scroll to this one. As you can see here, the top CPU for that, I mean, it's a little out of range if you're looking at what was the budget again? It was 2K. You don't mind going a little over. But out of 2K, we're not going to do a $700 CPU or $680 CPU or whatever. That's too excessive for the CPU. See, this is the thing for me about AMD right now, where I feel like AMD is kind of a mess in 9000 series. With 7000 series Ryzen, it was really easy for me to address a system like this, particularly after the 7950X 3D came out. 7950X 3D had core parking. And it was like, if you prioritize gaming and you do content creation, it could be fine. But it did take a hit in video editing. The 9950X 3D does not, thankfully. But it took a hit in video editing. But still, it had that core parking. Yet the 7950X did not. So I could be like, hey, you want to game and stream at the same time? So streaming is part of it. You want to do video editing? Nice. 7950X. Done. Out the door. 0 core parking. 16 cores all the time. Good to go. It took a little hit in gaming, but still performed just fine. But now, I can't just turn and say, well, do the 9950X instead of the 9950X 3D. That way you don't get core parking. Because they put core parking on that too. Okay, there's a reason. On the 9950X and the 9800 on the 9900X, so both Ryzen 9s, non-X3D, they have one CCD of higher performance cores. And one CCD is slightly lower performance cores. Like they bend the whatever. So still, you have to worry about chiplet to chiplet latency. So they shut off half of them. So they took that away from me. I was livid when the 9950X came out and the 9900X came out and they had core parking. I was like, what is with y'all? Why would you do that? So what we're going to do now, we're going to go to Micro Center. We're going to look at the bundles they've got and see where we can go from there. Because you're building this yourself, right? Because this is a parts list. You're not having them build it for you. So that gives us a little more leeway with Micro Center. You can get a bundle and save that money, which is nice, and you're not losing it in the build fee. Well, try sticking with AMD because you are interested in upgrading your CPU over time. So we kind of have to go with that. So here's my thought process. The tech enthusiast. Here's my thought process. I know I wasn't showing the screen. I was looking at something real quick before I started getting into this. The current leaks from AMD, from leakers, but yeah, is that because Zen 6 is around the corner. And it's supposed to still be socket AM5. You know, they were going to be supporting socket AM5 for quite a while. This might be the last full generation of CPUs for socket AM5, but there's really no predicting that with AMD. They really support their sockets for a very long time. The leaks state two very important things. A, they're apparently going to be moving to up to 12 cores per chiplet. That's huge. That is massive, okay? That could mean that the top-of-the-line Ryzen 9 has 24 cores, 48 threads. That's freaking sick. The other thing is, they're talking about having, if for the 3D V-Cache chips that will eventually come out, 3D V-Cache on both chiplets with reduced nearly non-existent chiplet to chiplet latency, meaning no core parking anymore. Kind of a big deal. So what we'll do here is we'll get you a CPU, something like 9700X or something along those lines, that's going to get you started but put you on that platform to where you'll be able to drop in upgrade with one of those crazy CPUs down the line that's going to make your video editing performance skyrocket, okay? But in the meantime, it'll still be able to do that stuff. And as a matter of fact, if you're doing video editing, you're probably going to be doing some Photoshop too, because you got to make thumbnails if you're posting videos. And if you're looking specifically at a 9700X, well, when it comes to Photoshop, there is no better CPU for Photoshop than the 9700X. It is higher ranked than the 9950X3D in Photoshop. That's bananas, I know, but that's how the scores worked out. That sounds amazing. When is that rumored? When it comes to leaks like that, I'll look at like what the leaks are in terms of what we can expect in the technology. When it comes to dates, I don't pay attention to that because there's no way to know. Even if they do get dates that they're fairly certain of, that can change and get delayed, and we'll never know because it's not public knowledge. So they don't have to notify us that it's delayed. We might be getting the announcement as soon as CES 2026, or it could be Computex 2026. The difference in that is about 6 months. So, Vaquero, no, not all of Adobe software favors Intel. It's Premiere Pro that favors Intel. And Lightroom, I guess, but just the top of the line one. All the rest of these under that are AMD. I'm pretty sure actually the 265K is somewhere up here as well, but they just didn't feature it in this chart for some reason. But yeah, Premiere Pro is Intel. Yeah. Because of QuickSync. After Effects is AMD, is in the top rank there, but only 1 point ahead of Intel. The funny thing is this. There are so many CPUs out there in the world. And we're looking at this like, oh man, God, that must perform terribly. No. It's on the chart. That's good. Like any one of these CPUs, you're going to do okay. I want to make that clear. You never have to get the thing that's at the top of the chart and sacrifice everything else in your system to get that bigger number better, you know? Jason Shaw, what's up? I have a 7700X with 7600 XT. Should I wait for the next gen to upgrade? Probably, yeah. I guess. Do you want to? What are you needing to upgrade for? Is, as Chris said, there is a combo not meeting your needs. If everything's working, you can wait until after the next gen, like however long you want. You upgrade when you need to upgrade. Don't look at benchmarks when it comes to upgrading. The only benchmark that matters is enjoyment. Are you enjoying yourself? Then you need not upgrade a thing. You're totally fine. Oh wait, I'm sorry. I'm Ghost Poner. I'm sorry. I missed a lot of your chats there. My bad. My PC was shortly after that in July. First console 360. Someone told me of the red ring. Ooh. Mitchum parents got pissed enough with a person, they were able to convince him to make it right. That's good. PS3 didn't escape the yellow light of death. Yep. I think it has to be in the design of these chips. It depends. Generally, consoles don't have very good thermal design. And eventually, when your PC, any device is not thermally sound, it shortens the longevity pretty drastically. Consoles tend to become e-waste pretty bad. It's not great. That's one big downside to consoles. They're eventually going to be e-waste. You can't really repurpose a gaming console very well. Although retro is awesome. That's why I like it, because it makes older hardware relevant. Yeah. I know the 265K isn't like 13th or 14th gen, but I don't see the 265K as much more performance than the 14th or 13th gen Intel. Ghost Punter, you're talking about gaming. That is not all that it does. And I would like to remind you of that. Just to belabor that point here, or I should say back up that point. Here's a 265K at nearly an identical score with a 9950X 3D in Premiere Pro for about 1/3 of the price. About half to 1/3 of the price. I think Intel's doing just fine in terms of performance. It's just they get a really bad rap. And some of that bad rap comes from very casual statements like what you're saying there. Gaming performance did not move up very much from 14th gen to Core Ultra 200S. But that's because they focused on thermals and lower power draw. Like people were yelling at them to do for years. And then they finally did it. Like, okay, here, better temps, lower power draw, similar, and still getting similar performance to the much hotter, much more power hungry 14th gen. And everybody was like, boo, boo, it's not at the top, it's not the biggest number, boo. And I'm just like, y'all are crazy. They gave you what you wanted and you booed them. Like, get out of here. Anyways, I've been staring at this for too long. But that's my plan. That's my idea for you, tech enthusiast. Consoles are good for what they are. Simple, pop on, go right into a game, get out. If you want anything more than that, better performance with more tasks and upgradability, PC it is. Well, that also comes with much more price, unfortunately. I can vouch for that as well. I have the Ultra 7 265K for gaming, streaming, etc. It's all working smoothly. Yeah. Yeah. It's got that Apple mentality. It just works, but it actually does it in practice. Here's the thing. It could turn out that it has similar issues to 13th and 14th gen, but I don't think that's going to happen because 13th and 14th gen were manufactured by Intel. Core Ultra 200S was manufactured by TSMC. Oh, snap. That's like the NVIDIA things. Yes. Also, TSMC manufactures AMD chips. So I think we're safe. But yeah, I'm thinking about putting you on a more entry-level AMD CPU And then when Zen 6 comes out, you jump to a higher end CPU then. Save up for it, do what you got to do. And you could even take that, I don't know, 9700X or whatever we choose, and then put that in a home theater PC or a home DIY NAS or something like that. Okay, but anyways, 7700X with the B850 plus tough game. There was something I didn't like about this motherboard, if I remember correctly. Or was it the Gaming X AXV2? Now then there's a 9700X. And that is with the same motherboard. No, a different motherboard. That's with the Gigabyte motherboard. And there's this one with a white motherboard. But we're not doing a white build, right? We're doing a black build. Let's take a closer look at this motherboard. I will select this, though. Now, what this is going to have is not very good I/O, but you know you can add in a USB PCIe add-in card to get better I/O. We're going to make sure this has the right PCIe slots for that, though. Let's look. If this is really bad I/O, I'll switch you to the other one. Yeah, that's kind of bad. Yeah, no, we're not going to do that. Or we could just choose our own parts. There are way better motherboards than this. Let's change this. And if we move up to the, that's a purely white motherboard for a black build. That feels a little off to do that. I don't know why I'm coming here. I'm just going to do, well, let's look at this. I/O is improved for sure. Plus Wi-Fi 7. 2.5 gig Ethernet is fine. But Wi-Fi 7, that's 9 USB Type A's plus a 20 gig USB Type C. You got there are 2 of these are USB 2.0, but that's great for your mouse and keyboard. That's not a problem. But there's definitely better connectivity here. But what do they do with the PCIe slots? That's what I'm wondering. Let's take a look. Also, I felt like this didn't have a lot of support for a bunch of additional storage. That was it. That was it. It has bifurcation. So basically, you have an X16 slot, right? Then you have X16, X4, and then 2 PCIe 4.0 X1 slots. And there's apparently a secondary one here, but yeah, no. Okay. The problem is, for storage, you have 3 M.2 slots, and there's one of them that if you use it, your PCIe X16 that supports 4 lanes of PCIe Gen 4 will just be turned off because it shares those lanes. So that's ASUS right there, just being like, you see all the nice PCIe right there? Be real cool if you could use all of it, right? And all the M.2s, but nah, we ain't letting you do that. Really, Intel really just absolutely trumps AMD when it comes to I/O and PCIe layouts this generation. It's just better. And that's so frustrating. Ugh. Oh, speaking of home server, I've been wondering about maybe getting a dedicated game server machine for hosting Minecraft or Rust, among other games simultaneously, though that's a thought for like a year from now or something because I'm still recovering from getting my PC. That's fun stuff, though, Vaquero. That's really fun stuff to mess with. Expensive hobby, but yeah, it can be really cool to run your own local game server. Took AT&T networking course. It didn't get this level of depth and detail, and it cost $7K. Good Lord. Don't make me get into networking. That's what I went to school for. And I remember like 1/8 of it, by the way. Oh my God, lady, leave me alone. Can I just exit out the whole thing? No, I just have to have this glowing thing right there the whole time. Anyways, there's PCIe bifurcation, where you basically have 2 usable M.2 slots if you want to put something like an internal capture card. Okay? And I'm saying, if you're going to be streaming and you're going to be capturing either a really nice camera or a few camera angles, right? Like if you want to do unboxings and stuff like I do, and I've got like my top-down camera, this front-facing camera. I had a follow camera before. I put this one on a gimbal, yada, 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 whatever. You get something like a CamLink Pro with 4 HDMI inputs that takes PCIe, 4 lanes of PCIe for it to work. You have that slot here, right there. Actually, no, right here. But if you use 3 SSDs, 3 M.2 SSDs in here, this thing ain't working. And imagine not knowing that. Imagine someone like me recommending something and not telling you that. That'd be pretty upsetting, because swapping out a motherboard, you might as well like just build a whole new PC at that, because it's like building a whole PC. Just swapping a motherboard. It's really annoying. So that's, though, what you're getting with the bundle that they're showing here. I don't know. Maybe we just want to go a la carte and pick our parts. Maybe that's better. It's just, how much are you saving with like the bundle we already chose? It is saving 55, 105 total, $115. That's not bad. But like, I don't know. We're going to try doing it ourselves. We're going to DIY the DIY build. We'll go 7700X for now. We'll select that. Wait, 239. I should have looked at the price comparisons real quick. Let's go here, change. Okay. 7700X is 239. A 9700X is 279. So it's a difference of $40 to go with the 9700X. Is it worth it, though? You know, it could be. I don't know. We'll pick 7700X for now. If there's leftovers and you just want to have the slightly more modern CPU, you can. Motherboard. This is where we have fun. This is where we get to be like, all right, let's get a great motherboard. And I know the one that I really like. I want to see if they have it. And they don't. But you could just order it. Let's go see. You're building this yourself, right? So you don't need to get the motherboard from Micro Center. Wait, am I at the right location? Micro Center location? Yeah, right? Westmont? Yeah. All right. So, start new. Here we go. Motherboard. Right here. Oh, here we go. I can deal with 8 terabyte, 2 4 terabyte SSDs. I'm going to build a server as well for Plex and storage. I mean, that's great. That's cool. That's cool. That is interesting and awesome, and I highly recommend that. But I want to show you something real quick. Like, we're looking at these motherboards, right? Like, let's see. This one, $219 for a B850 Plus Tough Gaming Wi-Fi. Let's take a look at this thing, right? Let's see what it's all about. What are you all about, buddy? Tell us what you're all about. Well, my job is to be $220 and have this for my I/O. It's pretty good. Hey, that's pretty good. Hey, but you know, maybe I got bifurcation here. So if you put a third M.2, then this doesn't work. Okay, well, how about instead, this is $209. It has this for its I/O, and it doesn't do bifurcation. Yeah. And it looks good in both a black or a white build. Either or. And you're set to go. Oh, and it doesn't just have 3 M.2 sockets. It's got 4, baby. This is the best motherboard to come out of that generation, and I will not hear otherwise. It is what is in my current gaming and streaming system right now. And I'm running 2 insane internal capture cards on it, and it ain't breaking a sweat. I am maybe a little bit too enthusiastic about this motherboard, and I can admit that to myself and to you. But for the price, there ain't nothing better. Now, is it gonna have is it gonna have all the features of, like, say, an X870 motherboard or X870E? No, it doesn't have PCIe Gen 5 for the primary storage drive, if I recall correctly. Actually, let's go look at the spec sheet for this thing. I mean, there's nothing to hide there. Let's go take a look. But the moment I saw it, here's the funny thing. When I'm going to share a little story with you. Do you guys watch, if you watch YouTube Shorts, I don't know, maybe they put these on TikTok and Instagram too, but SkyTech has some pretty great short form content. And if you watch those, you're going to be familiar with Kelsey from SkyTech, who is basically, she's the lead of their R&D for new systems, speccing out systems, testing things, all that. And when I went to SkyTech for last Black Friday, I went there to meet with them to put together the 2 systems we ended up doing, including the one I use here for streaming right now, where it was the gaming and streaming system. When I told them I want this motherboard, afterwards I went to visit their sort of IT and R&D area and chat with Kelsey, and I was like, hey, I'm really excited because we're going with the X670E Gaming Plus Wi-Fi from MSI. She was like, I love that motherboard. I was like, yo, me too. Yes. It's one of those things, like, when you find a motherboard that doesn't really, when you're into this kind of stuff and you find a motherboard that doesn't have that caveat, you just, yeah. Yo, what's going on? Coalition Chris coming in. Oops, that's the wrong button. This is the right button. Coming in with a tier 1 sub. 13 months of support. Let's go, nerds. What's up, Chris? I like SkyTech. Also, Whale Land was neat. That's where you were. Man. You got to go to Whale Land? I'm mad. I'm mad right now. I'm upset. I'm upsetty spaghetti, you might say. I didn't know you went there. You didn't even you were just like, I just went to Canada, and I didn't put 2 and 2 together. I hope you had fun, dude. I'm glad it was neat. Z-Mascar, what's up? All is well. Agrees. MSI needs to bring it back. Well, the problem, Tanmay, what's up? By the way, the problem is they did bring it back, and they nerfed the I/O, which was the best thing about this board. But anyways, I have so much stuff hooked up to this thing. It's insane. For $210, getting 4 M.2 sockets, this class of I/O right here, 0 bifurcation on the PCIe lanes. This is just next level. And again, it looks good in a black or a white build. Show me a more perfect motherboard. Show me a more perfect motherboard for $210. I dare you. I thought I'd asked, and you said you couldn't swing it because of TwitchCon. I forgot that you were going. I'm sorry. Yeah. And the fun thing about this board, you're going to be able to use this for years with new CPUs because of AM5. I love it. Like, damn. Just look at it. It's beautiful. All right. Okay. But yeah, specifications are great all across the board. The funny thing is that I have a capture card in one of these that is supposed to require 4 lanes of PCIe, and it has 1, and it's working just fine. Shh. No sudden movements. Back away slowly. But yeah, I have the Live Gamer 4K 2.1 from AverMedia in this one here, and it works just fine. And I wish this had the dual X4, but it doesn't. But still, this has so much. It has PCIe expansion. It doesn't have any bifurcation. It's freaking awesome. I almost broke my random arbitrary no cussing rule on this. But yeah, Chris, I see your appreciation for this. But anyways, I'm going to recommend this motherboard. And I'm going to put it on this parts list here that's going to be just for any parts that we choose that are not at Micro Center. How about that, tech enthusiast? And also, what do you think about the board I chose? And am I too obsessed with these? I have to choose a motherboard on Micro Center or it won't let us choose a couple other things. But that's okay. We're going to choose a similar one. ATX, we'll choose at least an MSI one that's in a similar price bracket. See, they have the B850 Gaming Plus Wi-Fi. Just to compare, this thing is $220, and that's the IO. 10 made this. Look what they did to my to my favorite. Look what they did. They mutilated it. 4 USB 2.0. I can't believe you've done this. MSI, I can't believe you've done this. Oh, but it has 5 gig Ethernet that most people won't be able to leverage. And it's got Wi-Fi 7 that most people don't get from their ISP because they just get like a Wi-Fi 6 gateway. Yeah, this is what they did to my beloved here. Lots of PCIe, and there's probably no bifurcation, but the IO is stinky and dumb. And it costs more. It costs more money. Oh, yeah, I forgot. I wanted to check something here real quick. Storage. Yeah, actually, you get one PCIe 5.0 port slot on there. So that's, yeah, I was wrong about that. But here is probably the biggest downside. You don't want to put a 5090 on this thing. Wait. No, never mind. It's PCIe 5.0. I'm wrong. You can. Go for it. Actually, put a 5090 on there if you want. Wow. It really is everything. I thought it had PCIe 4.0 for the primary X16 slot. Nope. That's 5.0. It just stopped being perfect. Stop. You're going to stop being manufactured at some point, and I don't want that. They might already. They're still making this thing. Okay, anyways. But we'll pick this thing because it's very close in price. Just don't buy it. Get the other one. I'll give you the PC part picker list. I've spent way too long on this, and I've got a couple more people waiting too. That's my bad. Okay, RAM. Let's say, what are we at so far on our total? Okay, we're good. Let's say video editing and streaming. I'd like to do 64 gigs. Let's see if they have a decent price on the kit. 64 gigs. I like a memory capacity. Arguably the most important aspect is like at the bottom of the options here. Isn't that dumb? Am I wrong? That might be dumb. I don't know. Could be dumb. Okay. Let's see. What did you say for RGB? You don't want RGB. No, you do want. Yeah, you don't want RGB. Okay. No RGB wanted. Okay. We can do that. There you go. DDR5 6000 CL30. 10 nanosecond first word latency, ideal for this Ryzen CPU. And 64 gigs. Plus, it does have the Expo profile, which is what we want. What are your thoughts? What's up, Vero? What are your thoughts on the Gigabyte X870 Aorus Elite Wi-Fi 7? My thoughts are that that's probably a motherboard. Okay. Video card. One sec. Let's see here. Now, because of the content creation, streaming stuff, we're going to want to go NVIDIA. And yes, AMD got better at those things. They got better. But if you look at the Puget Bench scores, NVIDIA just scores better. In video and in content creation, it still scores better. It just does. It just does. Am I happy about that? No. I want AMD to magically catch up to NVIDIA and for less money. That'd be awesome. Magic isn't real, but it's nice to think about. But yeah. I want more items per page. Thank you. There we go. Is that a 3090 Ti for $800? Oh, wow. That is a power-hungry, massive chonker of a GPU that just doesn't quite keep up anymore. But, you know, that's cool that they have it. If you need 24 gigs of VRAM for $800, sure. But no, I was looking for a MSRP 5070 Ti potentially. This is close. There we go. $750 for a 5070 Ti, just like they said in the whole thing on the stage when they talked about it. There it is. There's also there's a few models at MSRP. Wow. Wow. Tammy, I'm glad to hear things are going nicely. That's good. That's a good question. Tammy, is the stream buffering for anybody else or just Tammy? Let's see. I like PNY and Zotac. These are both nice looking cards. The Prime card is also nice looking too. I mean, I guess it's going to come down to when you're there, getting your stuff, see which of these 750. Wait, hold up. This is a 5070 Ti for less than MSRP? What? Done. Dunion rings. That's just lovely to see. We're picking that. $730 for a 5070 Ti. Yeah. I don't. Yes. Inland Performance Plus, my favorite PCIe Gen 4 M.2 drive right here. 2 terabytes, 135 or 134.99. Excuse me, I don't want to be inaccurate there. I'd like to say a Gen 5 drive would be cool. Well, I can say that. A Gen 5 drive would be cool. But I think that's pushing it in terms of the rest of the budget. We can try, though. If I can find a 2 terabyte one. Where's the... Samsung 9100, 2 terabyte. I passed it. It was $199. It is double the speed for not double. It was right next to the one I was looking at. Oh, that's really funny. Okay, good. Good job, me. Not buffering for me, but I'm not using dial-up. Interesting that you're assuming someone else is. I mean, you know things can still buffer on high-speed internet, right? Like, that can happen. That's a bit of a tough decision, but what helps the decision is the fact that they only have one of these. So here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to put the Inland Performance Plus on there, but if they have the 2 terabyte 9100 Pro, consider that. There's just only one in stock right now. It is literally double the speed on the max read-write speeds for like $65 more. But remember, you can put up to 3 additional M.2 drives in this thing. The main thing to consider, though, is that this is going to be your boot drive. And that is the only slot on the motherboard that has PCIe Gen 5, that primary one. So it's worth considering potentially spending a little bit extra to get Gen 5 because that's just, it's going to be a little bit snappier. Let's see. All right. The case. Tech enthusiast. The tech enthusiast. Pardon me. The case. I'm gonna basically put a suggestion in here. But if you're at Micro Center and you're doing a parts list where you're basically picking the parts out, you're not having them build it for you, and you're going to build it yourself, I would suggest looking at the cases at Micro Center, because it's one of the few places you can go, probably kind of the only place you can go, where you'll see dozens upon dozens upon dozens of cases just out of their boxes on the shelf, so you can actually take their measure right there. See what you think about the case, the build quality, the size of it, all of that. You want 0 RGB though, right? So that's going to be a big determining factor. I might recommend the North XL, or the Landcool 217 is an awesome looking case as well. Nice big fans in the front of this thing for getting nice quiet airflow. The larger the diameter of a fan, the more air it can move at a slower RPM, or a lower RPM. Both of those are correct. Which is nice for streaming and content creation, having less noise from the PC that's right next to you. Tame, I can't talk about carpet or CL28 anymore. Otherwise, Bray said he would permaban me. Actually, Vero, what I said was, if you misspell my name and leave out any letters, or if you lie about something, like me talking about permabanning you for something I didn't say, that would be a permaban. So I've got some bad news for you. Yeah, I'm kidding. Making up lore over here. Ooh, they got an all-black 011 Dynamic Mini V2. That's kind of nice. A bit limiting on the 011 Mini V2 if you want to put in a full ATX board. If I understand correctly, if you want to put in, you can put in a full ATX board, but you can't use the bottom PCIe slot, and I don't like that personally. If you have fans on the bottom, you can't use the bottom PCIe slot, is what I'm saying. The Flux Pro is a nice case as well for a non-RGB build. I don't know. I mean, I'm just looking at these. I'm just going to throw one in there. What you should do, the tech enthusiast, you still with me, by the way? I haven't seen a chat from you in a while. I'm just going to throw a case in here. You can pick out any case you like while you're there, though. Just understand that some cases, like the Fractal North non-XL, if you're going to get a 360 millimeter AIO, that'll only fit in the front of that case, if I'm not mistaken. I think you can only put a 240 in the top of the case as exhaust, or 280 perhaps. But if you go with a North XL, you can put a 360 as exhaust in the top if you want to. So just things like that will change. I'm going to go ahead and recommend, even though it's $150, it's a somewhat steep price. I'm going to recommend the 217. I think that's going to be a good option for you to have a non-RGB high airflow build with a little bit of wood paneling on it for that little bit of spice to the build. A little bit of adds a little bit of visual interest. It's not just completely blacked out. I think this is a good case for you. Comes with the front intake and rear and single rear exhaust fan. So we put a non-RGB AIO in the top. The radiator goes in the top. All that, it's going to look mint, and 0 RGB. Just looking at all these things you're pointing out, I am pointing out a lot of stuff. That's fair. Let's see, PSU. Now we're putting in a 5070 Ti. That's awesome. That I would normally say that I would normally go for like 850 watts. I think they recommend 750. I like to go higher. That's just good. It's just a good practice. But because I imagine you might be building upon this thing as time goes on, the 5070 Ti is going to do you a lot of good for a long time. But what happens in 3 years or so, 4 years, and maybe you're more serious about video editing, or you get into AI stuff, you need more VRAM or something like that. I'm going to put in a 1,000 watt power supply. That should cover some future upgrades. Lord knows the good folks over in Team Green aren't getting lower in their power demands. They're only going higher. So that maybe 1,000 watts is actually selling it a little bit short in terms of future upgrades. But still, it can't hurt to add that on there. So, plus it's not that much of an increase in price to go from 850 to 1,000 watts. The A1000G test well has good ratings on the tier list. We'll go with that. $159.99. Agreed. 5070 Ti was actually what I had in mind. Yep, 100%. It's such a solid GPU. And you probably heard me recommend it a million times. And the fact you're getting it below MSRP is it feels Twilight Zone up in here. It's crazy. We're coming in at basically the exact right price here. That's awesome. The only thing is this. I want to make sure we can get... Yeah, okay. You might have one RGB element in here, okay? But it's just going to be the CPU block. You can actually have that just turned off if you want. I think this is going to be a really good option, and this thing has scored really well in testing. The gal had 2 light right there, non-RGB, 115. It's actually more expensive than the RGB one. That's crazy, but okay. We'll still pick it just for the principle of the thing. DF Starfield, what's up? Thank you for the lurk. And Chris, thank you for the lurk. I'm back. We still in the same one as earlier. What are we doing? We're still doing a Micro Center build. Potentially the same one as before. I love the Hydro Shift coolers that come without fans, so you can choose your own. It is really cool. That is just... It's just good thinking from Lee and Lee. Look at that. 1969. Nice. Now, with that price, I think we can do this. You will now be on the 9700X instead of the 7700X. We're $9 over budget. How do you feel about that? $9 over budget. Is $9 okay? And that actually, no, we're right on budget because this motherboard is $10 more than the one you're actually going to buy. We are like exactly at $2,000. Oh. No cable extensions? I mean, that's up to tech enthusiasts if they want to do that. How dare you yawn when configuring my build? How dare I yawn? Wow, that's a vibe right there. Look at that. So, I mean, Peckish, I just got this thing to exactly at budget. Don't make me add cable extensions now. But tech enthusiast, yeah, if you want to add like some Asia Horse cable extensions, you can totally do that. It's like $30. I don't know if they carry those at Micro Center. They'll have some brand or another. But I typically just buy Asia Horse cable extensions off of Amazon. Yeah, there you go. All right. So this build is done. Did I miss anything? No, I didn't. Everything is there. Yeah. Okay, I need you to save this Micro Center build or add it to cart. I'm going to go ahead and say, I know this is just the motherboard, but I'm still going to save it as a parts list. And that's just the link to your... I could have just given you the link to the motherboard. I don't know why I didn't do that. And I don't need to know, frankly. $30 is a bit much for just GPU, and Mobo cable extensions should be only around $15. Package, I don't want to cheap out on... There's a lot of power going through those cables. I don't cheap out on that. And even then, $30, if you compare it to cable mod cables, it's pretty cheap. Micro Center has some of their own branded cables, but they're limited and a bit pricey. Yeah, no, $30 to really improve the aesthetics of certain things that are running the power to my investment. Yeah, I don't mind spending that. Now, you want to talk about what can be a waste of money is the ones that I have all in this system over here, because I got those ones that like look like the PC building simulator ones that have the little RGB on them. I wanted to test them out, so I got the whole full complement of them, and they're like $25 a piece. So yeah, $30 for a full kit, not bad at all. Tech enthusiast, let me know when you have saved that build or added it to cart. Because the next person I help out with a Micro Center build is going to clear out your build. Technically, I'm going to be doing that, but yeah. I'm happy with the way that turned out. Just remember, tech enthusiast, that it's not going to be like an insane video editing machine right out of the box. Photoshop is going to run like crazy, though, because that is the #1 CPU for Photoshop, like on the market. But video editing is not going to be super fast just yet, but it's an awesome platform for a very powerful future CPU. You're just going to need to update the BIOS when that comes around. As a matter of fact, this is X670E, so you will need to flash that BIOS before you install that CPU, or before the CPU is going to work. Just a heads up there. Fair, with expensive hardware, you should spend slightly more. I've only ever run hardware that pulls max of around 300 watts under full load, so I've always gone with super duper cheap ones. Best, no, extremely good. Yeah, wait, what? I feel like that's for two different points there. But I mean, yeah, if you're running low wattage stuff, then sure. But yeah, I mean, you're looking at 16 gauge or 18 gauge wire usually for them. I tend to go with the 16 gauge ones, which are a little stiffer and require more training of getting them to fit just right. But I find it to be worth it. I did switch topic. It's okay. Got it, bro. Thank you. Appreciate what you do. No problem. If you got that saved, I can move on. Let us know how that build turns out. And just like, again, I love that motherboard. I'm using it right now. I hope you love it too. And I just want to bring more of an appreciation for the piece that is the backbone of the entire system. The motherboard is so often overlooked. And it just doesn't get in, it's what binds everything together. And like it's not easy necessarily to just fix the problems you can have if you undersell your motherboard, if you undershoot the needs of the motherboard. So yeah, it's a big old pain in the butt when that happens. And I can say that from experience. It's all saved. Awesome. Okay, Allphobic13, you still with us? Okay, these are all Micro Center builds from here on out. Allphobic is here. Okay. This was an upgrade. You did send me a PC part picker list. I like that. That's cool. Let's take a look. Vaquero, I'm very sorry. I missed your suggest a poll earlier. Are you still here? I was in the weeds there with the build. I was really into it, so I'm sorry. PC used primarily for gaming and streaming. Well, yeah, that would be gaming, streaming, content creation, video editing, music production. Wow, okay. But also need to run machine learning models for school. I guess I need to add that as another category. AI/machine learning stuff, right? Whatever. That'll be for 2026. The 2026 form. Budget 1,500. Looking for advice on whether to just upgrade components, plus help to find which component upgrades the best, or do a new build. Ideally, keeping the current case. Okay. Let's take a look at the build that you currently have. Oh, good. You made it private. You need to unprivate the build. I can't look at it if you have it set to private. Oh boy. It's okay. So many tabs. This is why I have 64 gigs of RAM in my streaming machine. I don't normally even game on it, but I will run so many tabs. At 32 gigs of RAM, it would actually start to slow down a little bit. It was not ideal. Sick build. I'm happy to support a local store. That's true. Yeah. I mean, they are a corporate store at this point. I mean, they're kind of getting into the big box space. Like, they're growing. They're growing. But yeah, it is local to you, so that's good. I've had like up to 50 tabs with a bunch of stuff in it by accident, and I never used more than 10 gigabytes. Cool. You know, the funny thing about words is you can just kind of say stuff. I'll see more usage than that with tabs. That's fine. Of course, it depends on which browser you use. There's the context. Thank you. I'm using Chrome, so it's very, very RAM hungry. Done? Oh, okay, cool. Let me see. Parts list is private. Allphobic, the thing is, when you did that, it created a new link. So I need you to whisper me that link. Click my name right there. Click send whisper or whisper and send it to me. The link that is in your form entry is no longer the one we need. Yeah, Chrome isn't the best, but man, it is a lot better than Opera GX in terms of RASM. RASM. The hell is RASM? Oh, RAM. I use Brave. I like it because it's just Chrome, but with super good ad blockers and privacy with low RAM usage. How does YouTube work for you then? Considering the ad blockers. They've been going after that really heavily. All right, there it is. Okay. It's going great so far. Let's see what we can do. So you have a 3080. Okay. Not a bad GPU. Still a good GPU, but the 12 gigs of VRAM is going to hold you back when it comes to the machine learning models. 128 gigs of RAM apparently. All right. You have a great system here. 5700X 3D. Okay. X570 Plus. ASUS Tough Gaming X570 Plus. Oh, you got the Sliger case. That's cool. That's cool. All right. 850 watt power supply. Yeah, the 3080s had those. That 30 series was a generation of massive transient power spikes, but that should still be within spec. I didn't need the monitors, but I appreciate that. Okay. Peckish, if you're doing anything AI, you don't go AMD. And that's not from me. That is from various devs of various like AI platforms, utilities, whatever you want to call it, LLMs, whatever. Many of them are dependent upon NVIDIA's CUDA cores. So it may be tempting to go with something that just has more VRAM, but if it doesn't work well for that, then... All right, I don't know AI. Okay, all right. Opera is Chinese owned, so I'd rather just use Firefox. Tanmay. Every browser is going to take your info and do stuff with it. Firefox may be the best example of like the lesser of the evils there. They're all going to do it. The thing about it is, like, we talk about things like that in as if like maybe there's a less worse option. Like, let's think about this, because all the people who are like TikTok creators breathed a bit of a sigh of a relief, right? When it came to, okay, the US is going to be buying TikTok, and we're going to be leasing the algorithm and have control of all the data and this and that. So all the stuff Congress was talking about with, Chinese, no, it's not even a Chinese company, by the way, but they don't get that. They, if you're going to be a congressman, why would you need to know basic geography? But whatever. What's Singapore? That's not in China. Anyways. But they're just like, hey, Chinese, we don't want them to have your information. It's dangerous. We don't want them to do anything with your data. So who's going to control that now? Oracle is. Tell me how that's better. It's like, I don't care what country your data goes to. They're going to do nefarious stuff with it for money. It's all money. You are money. Your data, your life is bought and sold. Your information, your choices, your preferences, bought and sold daily. And it doesn't matter what browser you use. It doesn't matter what, like, you got that little computer in your hand that you put in your pocket. That thing is the marketplace for your personal preferences, your personal data, your information, all of that. It gets bought and sold daily. And there is only going to be the less worse option. That's what you can choose. There are paid browsers that do not. But don't they? And besides, what site do you go with? You go to a website and you go log into a thing and you go, I'm going to buy this stuff off of Amazon. Oh, cool. Okay, there's your data, your preferences, your advertising info, and all of that. It doesn't matter. Even if your browser doesn't do it, what you do in your browser, the services that you go to and sign into and give your... It's all information to be bought and sold. It's fun. It's fun stuff. That is seriously, and I don't mean to sound conspiratorial about it. It's just business now, right? It's like night and day difference. Oracle is CIA. That I don't want them to have it either. What's up, Develop? How's it going? So that's the thing, is if you're going to, and I'm not saying anybody's being judgy about the browser somebody else uses, right? Because that'd be such an asinine thing, an asinine hill to die on. Like, oh, I choose a better browser than you. And nobody's doing that here, right? Because that would be dumb, right? Like, who freaking cares? Every one of these, whatever you do, somewhere you're going to give your data, it's going to get sold. It doesn't matter. Okay. There is no one among us that has not gotten a spam email or 3,000. Okay. But correct. I'm just saying the browser itself, but I get what you're saying. Yeah. I mean, people who bought those cool LG refrigerators that had the screens on them that would tell them what groceries they need or put YouTube on or whatever. LG's now going to be selling ad space on your refrigerator, buddy. Oh, yeah. They got you. What an amazing world we live in. And yeah, if it tracks the groceries you need, well, you're going to start getting ads about groceries you might be needing soon. Oh, you're low on milk. All right, cool. Here's a milk ad, I guess. I don't know where I'm going with this. Anyways, I need to look at what we're improving here. So this is a small form factor build. Am I right, Allphobic? Okay. Well, somewhat. It's a full ATX motherboard. I need to look at this case. The world's smallest ATX eATX PC case. This thing is cool. This thing is very cool. I know what you like. I see what you were going for here. This is a pretty rad case. It's got the handle on it. This is like the LAN party case, right? You know, it is very cool. It is discontinued though. I can't have one. But this does limit you on certain things. GPU that you can fit in there, the kind of coolers you can fit in there, things like that. So, I got a question for you. It's kind of random. Would you say NVMe drive should be around $50 per terabyte? That depends on various factors. Okay, as you go up in storage, in one M.2 drive, it becomes more expensive to produce, and the convenience of having a larger capacity in a single M.2 slot is also something you pay for. So no, that doesn't really track, because if you go from 2 terabytes to 4 terabytes, it is not necessarily less expensive to do that than just getting 2 terabyte drives. And if you go to 8 terabytes, boy, look at the prices of those. So no, I don't agree with that. Now, would it be cool if it was $50 per terabyte? Sure, but it's not. Once you start getting to really high, yeah. Tanmay, you said Samsung, not LG? Okay, Samsung, sure. Phones will move to glasses, then contacts, implants. Just imagine the ad space when your vision is controlled. Yeah. I'm a digital marketer, so I use that data for business. Tanmay, you're part of the problem? Really? God. Okay, cool. Thanks. That's why you corrected me. It's Samsung that we're working with. Yeah, we're the ones screwing over those customers who bought the fridges. Yeah. Because I see it as them screwing over the customer. Like, seriously, if you're going to put ads on something, you need to subsidize the price of that product. Like that TV. It's like a 65-inch TV that you can get where they sell you a separate screen to roll ads just so that the TV is like $200 or something. I'm not giving you accurate information there. It's a very like shotgun approach to telling you about that product. But yeah, it's an ad subsidized TV so that people can afford a bigger TV if they want it. Yeah. Anyways, I need to see the specs on this. So that's what I'm looking for. Specifications. You probably maxed out your air cooler, by the way. I can see that. Yeah, you picked one of the ones listed here. Okay. I'm glad you didn't go with a cooler because I'm seeing a flaw here. If you want to put a 240 millimeter or 280 millimeter radiator in here, it has to be in the bottom. That's really bad. That's very bad. Because that would put the pump at the top of the loop. Who signed off on this? Like, that's just a horrible design. Why not at the top? Or on the side here? Why are they saying you can only put a 240 or 280 at the bottom? Oh, because the power supply is at the top. Well, what the hell am I supposed to do with that? I can't recommend an AIO to you now. Privacy is dead. Let them have it. It's for a better world. It's fine. Says the guy who has a link when you go to his website that says, hey, stop browsing my site and give me your email. Yeah, you're part of the problem, Jeff. That is literally one of my least favorite things for a website to do. Make me stop browsing and potentially spending money and demand my personal info. Yeah, you got no room to talk, buddy. You've heard me say a million times that I don't care if it's a marketing best practice. It's cringe as that's what that is. Get roasted. I suddenly don't like this case. Like, why can't I put a 240 route on the side here? Would it be too hard to run the, maybe the tubes would be a little too bent there? I don't know. Is that too short because of the hinge? Maybe. It's probably just for fans. I agree it's bad, but ad blocking and telemetry is easy to block. So now YouTube is focusing on blocking side loading on Google TV and Android Chrome OS. I literally, Tanmay read that as, because he didn't capitalize OS, I read that in my mind as Chromios before I said it, and I was like, it's not Chromios. It's not a Google-based breakfast cereal. Okay, yeah, I'm less. I'm like, okay, yeah, I see why they discontinued the case. That's good. That's annoying to me. Okay. Have you seen the Mega Bonk recommended system requirements? I have not. I mean, if we have more info to use to make more money, we get to sell the PCs cheaper. Don't you like it when things are cheaper? Jeff, do you really think that most companies pass the savings along to the customer? Fries Guy, what do you think of the 5080 Noctua? Overpriced. Cool, but overpriced. I mean, you're talking about nearly $5090 money. It's like $1,800. Am I right? It's like $1,800. No. I'd rather 3D print my own fan shroud and mount my own Noctua fans. It would be cheaper. We wondered how 100% do. Really, Jeff? Is that? I mean, your prices are great, but I don't know if you can find a through line to annoying demands for private info at the front of your website to making your PCs cheaper. That would be a real stretch. But also, to me, it's just bad design. It's just bad, clunky design, and it's cringe. Like, people are already fed up with giving their personal info, and people come to your website, which is what you want them to do, to browse and look at PCs to potentially buy, which you want them to do. And you're like, hold up, shut up, stop browsing my site. Listen, no. First, you give me your personal info, because that's what people like to do, right? It's bad. It's just, there's no convincing me otherwise that it's not horrible website design to do that. Look, slippery slopes make for good snowboarding. That's great. That's a great response to Tanmay there. Guys, what if we sell our own personal information instead of companies doing it for us and stealing all the money? Like selling your own kidney, right? Have you seen the Hatsune Miku 5080 prices? I mean, all of those. I love collab cards. I love collab hardware. This is not the market for it. It's not. This is not the time for it. People are barely able to buy luxury goods as it is, and then making them nearly double the price for a JPEG on it. No, it's not okay. A JPEG and a colorway. It's great. Then they get the best deals in their email. The thing is, Jeff, I've seen companies that like typically get other stuff right do it. Like you guys typically get other stuff right. You post good content, y'all have amazing deals, and that's awesome. And you should know better, but you don't. Y'all listen to marketing people and you let them convince you to do this really stupid stuff. Like it's not a smooth experience. And the thing, like you got to understand, and I'm sure you know this, I have had SIs bring me on as a consultant to make their websites better experiences for new PC buyers. And the first thing I'll tell them is like, you get rid of that. Nobody likes that. Do you like that when you go to another website? And a marketing person will recommend something they hate to experience themselves because they were told it's a best practice. So they tell you it's a best practice. And that stuff just propagates. It just spreads like pestilence. Somebody who is cringe thought it was a good idea and they were in charge. So everybody else had to think it was a good idea. So they told you it was a good idea and it's a bad idea. We're going to be giving away a full Hatsune Miku whoever build. Hatsune Miku, sorry. It's Hatsune Miku. Okay? Hatsune Miku. Get it right. I know you hate it, but we get a lot of sales through emails. The conversion's actually pretty high. I'm not the only person that hates it. I'm not the only person who hates it. Anyway, I don't know what to do with this. I don't know what to do with this case. There's not like, if we upgrade your CPU to something that runs really hot, we can't really upgrade the cooling because you're going to be putting the AIO that I would recommend in a situation where it's not going to last as long. And you specifically stated that you wanted to keep the same case. Or ideally keeping the current case. I don't recommend that, but you do you. So let's go back to your list. And this is where you're trying to improve the performance in machine learning. I'm open to a new case. Okay. I guess Lone Vaquero was not here anymore for me to do their thing. I'm not a weeb. I don't know. That's okay. It's all right. And you're not the one who is going to be talking to people about it other than this live stream. Horse Soda, what's up? Hope you have an amazing night and stream so far. It's going well. I am starting to get a little tired. Yeah, but it's going pretty well. And I got a little stuck on this build right here. So I got to figure it out because I have another person waiting. Jeff, you know I yell because I care, right? Ooh, that is gaslighting right there. Ooh, I wish I hadn't said that. But no, I yell because I care. Careful, Jeff, you're very close to saying give the people what height want. That's another company, sir. They do a lot of anime stuff and video game stuff, gacha game and VTuber stuff. Mostly VTuber, to be fair. That's what they do. Emails are not invasive, but I would never spam pop-ups in your face. It's the pop-ups. Like, I hate it. Have it in the bottom corner. It should not stop me from scrolling and browsing your website that you worked so hard on. It should just, it can be, if it's in the bottom corner, okay. All right, I'll take that. That's better. Just do that. You'll still get the signups. Hive makes cool stuff. They do make cool stuff. I'm excited to build in the X50. And apparently I'm supposedly going to get one. So we'll see. I don't know when. Probably last. That's how it usually goes. Okay. See, the thing is, you already have a really good build. Here's what I would recommend. Allphobic. Check this out. If I want to edit this parts list, right? One of the, probably a nice upgrade for this would be in the CPU department, right? The 5700X3D is great for gaming. It is. And you said that you're gaming and streaming, it'll do it. But you might want to consider, where is it? Yeah, $288.99. This is a hell of a deal. The 5950X. This is going to take you from 8-core, 16 threads to 16 cores, 32 threads. This thing is really the peak of what your system can handle, can have in it, okay? Without swapping out the motherboard or getting rid of your 128 gigs of RAM that you already have, 5950X. And then a GPU upgrade, okay? To give you a GPU with more VRAM than 12 gigs. But what GPU? I mean, the budget was $1,500. Would you call this PC pretty quiet? What PC are we talking about? The one I'm working on? Are you talking to Allphobic? Because it's their PC. You just click the X and nothing's stopping you. You do it every stream. Because I have to do it every time. Those fractions add up. I'm not getting any younger, Jeff. Neither of us are. How dare you steal fractions of my life like that? How about if I word it that way? It's fractions of my life, Jeff. Yeah, I know. It was really slow the past few streams, so this is nice. But yeah, so say we go 5950X over the 5700X 3D. You'll lose some gaming, a little bit of gaming performance, but the 5950X can hang with gaming, absolutely. And the core difference, I mean, it can make a difference in productivity stuff. I don't know what it's going to do for machine learning. That we're going to need more VRAM. It's pretty quiet when idle, but when playing a demanding game, it is loud, as it would be. Yeah. We'll repay you in beautiful emails that will take fractions of my life to read. Jeff, I see how it's compounding, and it's just great. Now, the video card is the part where it's like, how do we approach that? Because, yeah, I mean, honestly, okay. You have currently a working system. I'm going to give you advice that I am going to hesitate to give, and I'm going to tell you all something, okay? A lot of us content creators got caught in this trap, okay, that we created ourselves. Because over the years, it was fairly decent advice once it was like a month to CES or a month to Computex to say, hey, wait, hold off until before buying anything because this is supposed to be getting launched or announced or whatever. So a lot of us said that before 50 series. And then NVIDIA, well, they did that, what they did with 50 series. And it was a horrible situation. And then tariffs happened, and that made it even worse. So a lot of us are going to be like, buy whatever you can right now. But, Allphobic, you have a working system right now with a working GPU. And I'm going to tell you about the potentially upcoming super cards, 50 series super cards, okay? So we're looking at 5070 Super, 5070 Ti Super, and 5080 Super. And here's what the leaks have stated so far. Based on the new RAM chips they're going to be using in there, it should be moving the 5070 Super up to 18 gigs of VRAM, and both the 5070 Ti Super and 5080 Super up to 24 gigs of VRAM. Whereas right now, the 5070 is at 12 gigs, just like your 5080 is. 3080. And the 5070 Ti and 5080 are both at 16 gigs of VRAM. That's too many numbers, and I made too many mistakes. But essentially, there's not a lot of upgrades in VRAM on NVIDIA, which is what you should probably do, unless you get something like a 3090, 3090 Ti, 4090, or 5090. And a lot of those are very, very expensive. So, considering you're in a situation where your stuff works right now, you may want to hold off on upgrading your GPU, which in terms of machine learning is going to be the most significant upgrade you can make. Okay? You're going to want to hold off on upgrading your GPU until after early January, because we're all speculating. It's a speculation, but it's likely that NVIDIA is going to announce the 50 series supercards at CES in early January, which I don't know if you noticed, but it's only a few minutes in terms of central time zone until October, November, December, January. So if you got a working system right now, if you don't have a working system, you get whatever you can right now, because we don't know how the super cards are going to be at launch, whether they're going to be available. And that same goes to you. Just so you know, Alphabic, that same advice goes to you. You can wait for those. We don't know what the launch is going to be like, but it also should mean a drop in price if they're available anyway, of things like 5070 Ti, 5080, all of that. We don't know what pricing is going to be like. But looking at the super pricing from the previous generation, it was either around the same, or in fact, with the 4080, it dropped for the 4080 Super by $200. They dropped the price. I don't think they're going to do that this time. If it's $1,000 for the 5080, it'll be $1,000, or maybe a little bit more for the 5080 Super. I really can't talk about prices. I don't know. But for you having a working system, I would say you're safe to wait, because you already have a working system. For those who don't have one yet, yeah, the problem is you don't have a lot of good options in terms of upgrading to a GPU with VRAM. At least any good options that are going to be within a price point of being able to upgrade other stuff as well. CPU, motherboard, if you want to do that. You can just upgrade to that 5950X, and any productivity stuff is going to get a bonus from that. Your gaming will take a little bit of a dip from the 5700X 3D, yes. But anything aside from gaming will benefit from the 5950X. And then on the GPU side, you have what? An 850 watt SFX power supply. The Cooler Master V SFX Gold 850. Cooler Master, interestingly, has some, if you're going to be getting something like a 5080 Super, first off, you need to make sure it's going to fit in that case. But aside from that, 850 may not be enough. And I believe Cooler Master has like a 1300 watt SFX power supply, which is crazy. But there are upgrades to be made there too, if need be. 850 can cover a lot. If you get a 5070 Super, you're good. 5070 Ti Super, yeah, you're probably still good. 5080 Super, nah, I would go a little higher. I think what he is saying also applies to my 2080 Ti. I mean, yeah. If that's... Well, Agenor, remember that that this is going to be for machine learning. So the higher VRAM is needed for that. And it's not needed... Like, you don't need more than 16 gigs of VRAM for any game I can think of right now. There's these same rumors every time. Blah, blah, blah. 16 gig, blah, blah. 18 gig... Jeff, 18 gig is not normally a thing that's in the rumors. That's because of the particular capacity of the new RAM chips. Good evening. What was the AM5 motherboard you suggested earlier that you loved? Tay Sabotage. Hi. It was the X670E Gaming Plus Wi-Fi from MSI. X670E Gaming Plus Wi-Fi from MSI. Like getting the 5070 Ti Super or 5080 Super would be nice for me since I never got an NVIDIA GPU with over 20 gigs of VRAM yet. I mean, I'm still rocking that same 5090 I got like 2.5 years ago, and it's still a awesome GPU. I don't think I'm going to see a 5090 in 2025. It's just not going to happen. Not even for review. Never got one for review. Nothing like that. A lot of that was because of tariffs and because of the super weak 50 series launch. I still wonder if I should have messaged Jacob and been like, hey, my birthday coming up, birthday build. Can I have a 5090, please? I just don't feel like just doing that if I'm not going to offer a lot of value in return in terms of video stuff, which I just didn't have at the time. No problem. Sabotage, you're good. Thanks for the advice. Appreciate the help. No problem. What I'll say is bring it back. Let's run it back in a few months, seeing if those launch, and I'll get you all set up. Also, Allphobic, it'll give you a little more time if you're trying to put a little more into the upgrade nest egg, like just here and there, put in a little bit extra, and I mean, heck, at that point, it's going to be easier to get higher end stuff. I don't know what something like a 5080 Super will cost, but here's the thing, everybody, listen up, okay? The 5070 Ti gets very similar performance in a lot of situations to the 5080 as it is. The similar VRAM on both. CUDA cores are higher in the 5080. Other things are higher in the 5080. And yeah, there's a performance bump there. But before things got to where you could get them for around MSRP, it wasn't really worth getting the 5080 for $600 more. Now it could be if it's just $250 more, depending on your needs. But here's the thing. If the 5070 Ti and the 50 Super and the 5080 Super are both getting the jump to 24 gigs of VRAM, and according to the leaks, neither of them is getting an increase in other specs, it might still be the better deal. Like, we'll see. We'll see. Which is what happened with the 4080. The 4080 was not an improvement in performance, barely anyway. It was a price drop. It was just a price drop for the 4080. Whereas the 4070 Ti Super got a bump from 12 gigs to 16 gigs of VRAM. That's kind of a big deal. Plus, a little bit of performance elsewhere was improved as well. There was a measurable improvement in performance. The 4070 versus the 4070 Super was where that big performance jump was. And that card was awesome. That's why I chose that for the $2,000 Black Friday system. And it was awesome. It was a really good card for that. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens there. I might aim for 5090 if I can find one at around MSRP. From the leaks, the other concern was the power draw of the 5080 Super to potentially melt the power cable like the 5090. I don't see it needing much more power draw if it's just a jump in VRAM, though, Alucard. It's just a jump in VRAM. It's not going to be much in terms of the silicon. According to leaks. Same CUDA core count, stuff like that. Who knows? Tech enthusiast, that was for me. I'll let you know. What was? NVIDIA is like, why let a good opportunity go to waste? Let's squeeze the gamers. I mean, yeah, generally. Meanwhile, e-commerce business owner, but we make offers you couldn't refuse in exchange for a fraction of your life. Yeah. Took like a year for prices in stock to reach my local market. It was the ripples of early 2025 were felt far and wide. It was what I remember seeing in the leaks, but we'll find out at CES. Oh, the other concern. Okay, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I'm still going to be probably leaning hard into 5070 Ti Super. That's just, it's the best card in 50 series right now. and it will probably remain so with this when the super card comes out. I mean, the super card will probably take over in terms of being the best card. I mean, 24 gigs of VRAM, if they keep it at a similar price, even if they raise it $100, $850 with 24 gigs of VRAM would be nuts, which is why I don't think they're going to do it. They're probably going to make it $1,000. I'm calling that now. Probably making that $1,000 and like $1,250 for the quote unquote $1,250 for the 5080 Super. We'll see. But even then, even at $1,000, it might be reasonable. We'll see. JV Loan, are you still here? Man, I'm tired. I was all energetic earlier. I lost it. I'm tired now. But JV Loan, you here? All phobic. I'm going to reset this to have you still be on the list later on, and you just come back in and it'll have all the same info. We can just update it then. Excuse me. Don't mean to yawn at you. Yeah, guys, I gotta say, Sunday, I thought about like it was an experiment. Sunday was an experiment. JV Loan is here. Okay. Okay. Parts list, but there's a PC part picker list. But Micro Center, I'm confused. I'll address this in a second. So to talk about Sunday real quick, I did an experiment on Sunday. And I did talk to you guys about this. I said on Thursday, hey, Sunday, I'm going to run an experiment. I'm going to try, instead of doing a gaming stream, I'm going to make it another PC matchmaking stream to have 3 per week. Why I would do this when things are slow, I don't freaking know. But like, not many people showed up, either on YouTube or Twitch. Come on, stop. Let me gesture without, whatever. Anyway, it's this camera thing. Anyway, not many people showed up, as I should have predicted. Nobody needed help, and I was exhausted. I was super tired. Even a gaming stream, I would have probably quit it early too. But I was only on for like less than an hour, just less than an hour. I don't know if I should try it again this Sunday, or just make it back to a gaming stream. And when things get busy closer to Black Friday, I'll do 3 PC matchmaking a week. I think I might not try it again this Sunday because things did. We'll see how Thursday goes. If Thursday's really busy again like today was, yeah, we'll try it again Sunday. But if Thursday is slow on the PC matchmaking side, we'll save it for when we're getting to mid-November. I'm going to tell my web guy to make entering your email required from Bragathorn's IP address. JK, I wouldn't, but it would be funny. You're right. That would be funny. Sorry, late reaction. My bad. I would go with the closer to Black Friday. The better chats will help us decide that a bit more. Yeah, we'll see. It depends on if the 5080 has like 70, 90 super performance or something. I don't think NVIDIA actually cares what performance their gaming cards are getting these days because they just AI it up. My bad. There's one 40 minutes, which would probably be easier to order, but I'm curious if in person is better. 40 minutes to Micro Center is like no big deal. Especially if you're like in some areas, it can take you 40 minutes to travel a few city blocks. Like, it really depends on the kind of area that you're in. So 40 minutes to your closest Micro Center for some people is just a normal daily thing. I saw the notification and was confused. No. Tanmate, there's no confusion. You see the notification, you click the notification. That's why they're there. Surely NVIDIA isn't calling their next lineup the 6090, 6080, 60... Yeah. Yeah, they will. I mean, that's what you do because of the memes. The main question will be how pixelated is Jensen's jacket going to be at that point? I don't know, but I don't like the talk of him, the thing of him saying like, soon all frames will be generated. No, Jensen, no. You've gone far enough. 4 is enough. Just make it better, like you did with DLSS, like you did with ray tracing. Make it better. That's your job now. Okay, what is the actual maximum budget for this? I mean, you're doing a full build, right? And we got a PC part picker list. Let's take a look at that. Now, this is for an ARC B580. Interesting. I'm interested. Okay. This is for 1440p gaming, streaming, content creation, video editing, music production, racing sim / flight sim. Okay. I want to be really clear. Most of these are going to be a little rough. When you're looking at a $1,000 or sub $1,000 budget, the goal is to get to where it can do the gaming well. The main goal is going to be that, right? Or you say, I just want to edit video. Getting it to do all of the things on a tight budget, like having a tight budget is fine. Like that's normal and valid and all that, right? But the expectations need to line up with that, right? And this is how I usually say it, right? Like so. Okay, do the thing. Thank you, button. So there's two things to look at here, right? There's your budget over here, and then your expectations over here. Sometimes your budget is here, expectations are here, and all is well. Like you're going to get a better experience than you're expecting. But if the expectations are here and the budget is here, one of two things needs to happen. Either the budget needs to magically come up, which that's not just something people can do, right? Necessarily. Or the expectations need to be a little more realistic. What you're going to be doing here is putting together a foundation to build upon, to be able to do. So if you try to go and do video editing with, what was this, a 7500F and an ARC B580, you're probably going to have a rough time with that, depending on the kind of footage that you're editing. If it's 4K video, and you're trying to scrub through it and edit it really fast, because nobody sits down to edit video and says, I hope the software runs slow and freezes a lot, because that helps my creative process. Like, no, you need a smooth running process to get to let the creative juices flow, right? That's just, yeah. What you're going to be building is a foundation for that. Knowing that, hey, if I go to edit video, if I'm just using CapCut, it'll be fine. But if I want to use Premiere Pro, it's going to be a little rough. Until, as time goes on, you make upgrades. Like 32 gigs of RAM, solid start. And that's a good price on that in your PC part picker list, right? But and you pick the right RAM, too, for 7000 series Ryzen. DDR5 6000, CL30. But ideally, for video editing, if you get serious about it, 64 gigs is where you want to be at, or more. 64 gigs or more. The other side of it is also, we mentioned music production. If you're getting into, because I've done amateur music production, and I've done that on a budget before, and good Lord, is that frustrating. And I'll tell you why. 32 gigs of RAM, you're actually starting out better than I did at that time. But it's another thing where 64 gigs would be ideal. And the problem with DDR5 is you can't really just add another kit and have 4 sticks and expect it to run with great stability. You generally want to buy a kit that's the right amount. So what you'll be doing is later on, you buy a 64 gig kit and then you take out the 32 gig kit and set it aside as a backup in case you have troubleshooting you need to do. And then you do that. But the other thing is, for streaming and music production, you don't want to go with an M-ATX motherboard. There's a reason for that. Let's take a look at it here. And this is not that big of a problem, because you can just choose a full ATX motherboard and try to find one for a reasonable price. But looking at this, you need the part that's cut off down here because of these, for expandability. In terms of streaming, you'll eventually maybe want to put in an internal capture card. In terms of music production, or also for streaming, you're probably going to need better I/O. looking at this motherboard, I can tell you this does not have enough I/O for a streaming motherboard. And the problem with that part is that upgrading your motherboard is a big old pain in the butt. You don't want to have to do that. So you want to invest a little more in your motherboard right off the bat. But we're going to look at the I/O here. Go to the gallery. It's going to load really slow. Surprisingly, not as bad as I was expecting. 5 USB ports, and this has a couple extra. But this is generally not enough I/O for a streaming machine. And definitely not enough for a streaming machine that also has to double as a music production machine for a digital audio workstation. Because you're going to have devices you want to plug in for your mouse and keyboard, probably maybe a headset as well, and potentially something like a Stream Deck, and then your audio interface, and then you're going to want maybe some control surfaces for controlling your DAW, right? Your digital audio workstation. You might want a webcam, right? It's just adding on and adding on, and this motherboard not only doesn't have enough built in, but because of the fact that you only have one expansion slot, you have to choose between putting in a capture card, maybe a sound card for the digital the DAW for working with music, for getting really good monitors, right? Or of course you can use a USB audio interface and then put monitors on that. That's really the way to go. Or getting something like this. Hold on. A USB PCIe add-in card to add more, because guess what? This motherboard is crap for I/O. It really doesn't have many USB ports on it. So we want to go full ATX for the motherboard. If you're just gaming, yeah, go for it. This is fine. But you're not. You have goals with this. Like, this is something you're investing in order to spend potentially thousands of hours using creatively. And future you is probably going to be like, past me should have done this or that. So we're going to look at that. So we're going to go here, and I mean, if you want to do Micro Center, we can. You can potentially leverage a bundle deal in order to make this better. But yeah, 120. Yeah, okay. This is a motherboard that I was showing earlier, and I want to show you this real quick, okay? I'll go back to the builder. We're going to edit this. I'm already editing it. Or this is the wrong one. This is the wrong one. Hold on. Let me go back to your build, which is here. There you go, dummy. All right. And edit parts list. Here we go. This is the motherboard that I was showing earlier. This is $90 more. That's a lot. But hold up. It's full-sized. Look at that. This beats out motherboards twice its price in terms of I/O. This is what I currently use for my gaming and streaming machine right now. Plus all of the PCIe expansion slots. All of them. Look at that. Plus 4 M.2 sockets here. 4. Looking at this motherboard, how much storage can you actually add to this motherboard? Well, let's find out. Well, it's not too bad for MATX. You can actually have 3 total. That's not bad, but I don't know if there's any bifurcation with this. Like, the power delivery is... I wouldn't put something like later on you want to upgrade to a more powerful CPU. Can it power it effectively? Are these going to overheat? Probably. This is a little bit more bulky with a lot more power phases. It's just basically more than twice the motherboard for admittedly almost twice the price. You should put together a $150 used PC. No, I don't recommend used stuff for people who are just getting into PCs, which peckish, that just so happens to be 95% of my audience. because there's no comfort level yet with troubleshooting and the headaches that can come with used hardware. Also, not really much familiarity with what price things should be, or necessarily the like the comfort level with being able to research that stuff and have that information at hand. So I generally recommend new parts for people who are just getting into this for the first time. Anyways, like this is what I'm talking about when I talk about a motherboard that can do everything. And is this common? No. You just happen to be looking to build a PC at a time where this exists. And it's just that good. But yeah, that's more money. But man, it's a lot more motherboard. And it's the part that is the hardest to upgrade. Like most people are not going to upgrade a motherboard unless they're going to a new platform and they have to. Okay, nobody willingly upgrades their motherboard. So yeah, you just want to get whichever one suits your needs, and you're not just gaming, so this suits your needs better. So I would say I would add this to the parts list, and that pushes it up to $1,003, which just so happens to be $3 over what the maximum budget here is, right? But you said $850 to $950, so that makes it $53 over budget. But we got to look at the rest of the system, though. Like, we're not done. This is the other build. Wait, what happened? Here we go. There's the build. 32 gigs of RAM. I'm going to say you start with that. You're fine. You picked a nice kit of RAM. There might be a cheaper one you could go with, but you picked a nice kit of RAM here. Now, the 7500F is fine. That is going to give you socket AM5. I'm cool with that. The case you picked, the Montech XR, it's a good choice, I think, because you get case and fans for about $70, a little over $70. That's cool with me. Is there a more budget option you could go with? Probably, but the quality you're going to get out of this, quite nice. It's funny because I'll use the builds I did for last Black Friday as an example all the time, because I used this motherboard for the higher end build, by the way, and I used this case for the more budget-oriented build because it came with those things, and it was really nice. Now, the power supply being 650 watt, you will have to swap that out when you go to upgrade your GPU. Like, you're locking yourself into that. I'm going to have to upgrade my power supply if I want any beefier of a GPU down the line. To clarify, I am paying $100 less than what it says. I have a discount for Amazon. So, oh, cool. All right, so we're within budget. Yeah, we're at $903. Sweet. Tech Enthusiast. Question, does the Gigabyte B650 Eagle AX AM5 take away an M.2 slot when using all the PCIe as well? Tech Enthusiast, I will not know that right off the top of my head. You would have to go to basically put that part, Gigabyte B650 Eagle AX AM5, in your browser. Click on the site, hit support or hit specifications or tech specs, and it'll list it for you there. I am helping somebody else right now, so I wouldn't look that up for you at the moment. But thankfully, you're a tech enthusiast, so research on that like that should be right up your alley. Will 750 be more viable? Yeah. I mean, that's what you would see as the minimum for like a 5070 Ti is a 750 watt. And no, I'm not trying to be dismissive, tech enthusiasts. It's just it is somebody else's turn right now. It does, and Eagle has a very bad limit on the power delivery, only good for up to 8 cores. Night Sabotage, thanks for hanging out. The 3 SSD slots in that, you heard my surprise, Alucard. I was surprised that it had three M.2 slots. I would want to look at the PCIe layout, though. Make sure it's not going to... but then again, they don't have a bunch of PCIe slots, so it's probably fine. Anyways, Montech XR, good choice. The power supply... Now, there's also the B580. I don't hate the B580. Heck, it's got AV1 encoding. That's cool. In fact, the Arc Alchemists, A series cards, A770, A750, all that, they were the first to bring AV1 encode and decode to market on a GPU. I'm going to have this as a separate list. It's going to be it should be a different link too, for some recommendations that will bring the build over budget a little bit, and you can decide which ones are fine, which ones you want to make. So like here, if you're going to do 1 terabyte, sure, but I want to do one that is going to be, it's a little bit more, but it's going to be a good deal faster, has onboard DRAM cache, which can help as well for transferring out or in large files. And we're going to remove this one. You have your own list. This is going to be an updated one. So 191 is what that is. Hold up. I have a question. I have a question for you, JV Loan. Why this and not this? Why this, but this here, this not as good as this, and this less than this? So why that? Why would you spend more to get less? The 7600X is objectively better than the 7500F, yet the 7500F costs more. Why do that? I found a 7500F for $150. Okay, I'm going to teach you something real quick, okay? And a way that you could have made me not say all that. You click right here on this little gear, right? Manually enter price 150. Save part price setting. And then I don't do that. And you could have done that to prepare me. In fact, you could have adjusted all of these prices if you wanted to. But okay, I'm still going to say, cool that you found it for $150, but I think the $30 for a 7600X, and heck, you say you get a discount for Amazon, you could probably get it cheaper. I'm going to say that that's worth it for the 7600X, especially if you're trying to do a little video editing here and there, in case, well, no, it doesn't do quick sync, but whatever. I'm still going to say 7600X over 7500F just because the price at regular retail is cheaper. And that means you might find an even better deal on the 7600X. Peerless Assassin 120 should be fine for this. This is totally fine. That cooler is totally good. Let's look at RAM real quick. We're going to look for the same specs and make sure you're getting the best price on a decent set. I'm not trying to cheap out. I'm looking still for a decent set. And you already had. The T-Create is a good set of RAM. I like it. And then click price. I've heard the Clev is good. I know Zach was talking about it. Yeah, you already picked a good set. This is among the better priced RAM, unless you're going dirt cheap. So I'm not going to mess with that. That's fine. You did good. Now, in terms of the card, the B580, I'm going to give you an option if you search your couch cushions, come up with more budget, and you want to get sort of a different GPU to get into on the NVIDIA side. So if we do that, I'm just going to select NVIDIA. Where's the filter for that? Is there not just a... Oh, my God. What a stupid thing to do. What a stupid thing to not include, unless I'm stupid for not seeing it. But there's not just a thing here that says NVIDIA, AMD, or Intel. Are you joshing me right now? How have I know? I mean, I kind of noticed this in passing, but how have I never mentioned this? What a dumbass thing to do. All right, I guess we've picked G-Sync. That'll narrow it down to NVIDIA. You're at like 250 on the GPU that you picked right now. So we're looking a little higher than that. Not a 50-50, no. I'm trying to find a deal. There's still brand new 1660 Supers out there. 6 gig VRAM. Tech enthusiast, you may have missed what Tanmay said about it, is that it has bifurcation and it also doesn't power higher end CPUs very well on the Gigabyte Eagle. So don't go for that one. Like for yours, we did the nice. Yeah. Yeah. No, like seriously, for 50, you're getting so much more than $50 more motherboard going for the, don't go. Okay. You're here for my advice, right? Do not buy the Eagle motherboard at 150 over the Gaming Plus from MSI. It's so much better. So much better. Like, it's difficult to quantify how much better it is. Well, yeah, no, Tanmi responded to you. And they know what they're talking about. It doesn't have to just be me responding to you. They do know what they're saying. Anyway, why didn't I mark this? My brain needs these things. Okay. Anyway. Also, you said you're looking at 1440p gaming. It's a little tough at under 1K. I'll be honest with you. Unless you're really willing to lower down your settings, for sure. Mess with your settings until, time for GPU upgrades, things like that. But I'm really scrolling through these to see if there's something that's an anomaly here in price. Why is there 660 Ti for $319? I think it's 3 gigs of VRAM. Are you crazy? $1070s? That is a long list of GTX 1070s. My goodness. I'm looking for potentially something 40 series that's discounted. But at the very least, what I think would be kind of ideal for this situation would be something like a 5060 Ti 16 gig. That would probably be sweet in this build. That should get you some 1440p performance, and it will rightfully push the build over $1,000. And this right here, 1440p resolution combined with all of this, you should be spending more than $1,000 on it if you're expecting that kind of gaming performance and all that stuff. But if you can find a deal, that's awesome. That's great. But with a higher resolution and potentially, depending on what level of textures you want, you're probably going to want the higher amount of VRAM. But it takes a while to get there. Scrolling through these prices, like, damn. Damn. Okay. $429, the cheapest, is $429. That is literally like $180 more than what you're looking at with the B580. And it pushes the build up to $1,194. So that's above budget. But I don't know your Amazon discounts. I'm just telling you what I'm recommending based on what you're trying to do with what you said here. Okay? That 16 gigs of VRAM is going to help in other places too, like in the content creation stuff. And of course, you have 9th gen NVENC or NV encoder on 50 series, which can handle a lot. I know it's not the dual encoder of the 5080 and the 5090. Doesn't need to be. I'm using the single encoder 9th gen NVENC encoder, NVENC, no, don't say NVENC encoder. That's like ATM machine, okay? 9th gen NVENC on the 5070 Ti. It's single encoder to run both meld encoding and OBS at the same time. Two softwares that are encoding right now. And sending that up to Twitch and YouTube. Zero problems. And that same encoder is in the 5060 Ti, 16 gig. I'm willing, but also really only said that because I heard it was possible. I don't even have a 1440p monitor yet. Well, there's no room to say all of that stuff here. You could have led with that in the beginning, the first time I mentioned the 1440p resolution. So I'm keeping that as remember, this is a build you're doing. You're building it yourself. I'm just making little upgrades to each component, and you choose the ones you want to do. Now, don't necessarily do this GPU. Like, let me see here real quick. I'm checking real quick. It's a quick Google thing. 5060 Ti minimum PSU. It's a search anybody could do, and it says 600 to 650 watts. So this power supply could handle it. Should you do it like that? You said earlier the two words that I usually hesitate to speak myself, which is future-proof. Wattage is part of that. You want to be able to upgrade your GPU and not have to yank out all the cables for this power supply, put in a whole other power supply, run all the new cables, undo all your cable management, redo all your cable management, all that stuff. And by the way, I say this pretty frequently now, but I mean, it's something I should say frequently. If you're going to upgrade your power supply, people, and it's a modular power supply, both the old one and the new one, do not just disconnect the cables you have in there and connect them to the new power supply. They are not compatible. Do not do it. You use the power cables that came with the new power supply, and you keep the old ones with that old PSU. Just wrap them up in it. Do whatever you got to do. You don't reuse the same cables. Anyway, let me just throw a power supply recommendation into here. Okay. Let me see here. I could go 750 watts or I can go 850 watts, but that's going to be pushing the price up even more. I would say at least do 750 because that can fit all the way up to a 5070 Ti, right? Like as an upgrade. And maybe they're not going to up the power requirements much of the 5070 Ti Super. I don't know. We don't know that yet. But I don't know. Yeah, again, all I'm doing with this build list, which is separate from your existing one, is I'm making it capable of doing all the things you said you want it to do. That's it. So that you can, the list you already had was fine. It was pretty good. It was a pretty good build. That one, if you lower your expectations, that build is fine. This one, the expectations stay right where they're at, but you got to raise the budget some. There you go, like I explained earlier. So this is where I'm giving you a build that suits that option there. It does all the stuff that you want it to do. It's just going to cost you a little more than you were planning on. And maybe you got to save a little bit longer. But you're going to use it for years. A month or two extra of saving up to get it to where it's going to already run better, and you're going to use it like that for years, future you will thank past you for making that sacrifice. You know what I mean? That's the way I'm putting it. That's the way I see it. Let's see. First off, we want to find something with at least one 12VH PWR or 12V2x6 connector. And let's go minimum 750. Now, actually, before we do that, this thing will tell you an estimated wattage. Its estimated wattage is 404. But that's not the whole story, because that's 250 watts or 200 watts lower than what NVIDIA recommends for using this GPU right here. So what's the deal? Well, there's a range of power draw that this thing can have, and sometimes these things can go a little bit higher. And I follow NVIDIA's recommendations there and add on a little extra for future upgrades. That's the point there. Yeah, I should have clarified. I probably won't get into 1440 just yet. Well, this is where you'll be able to do it whenever you want without, like, all you got to spend is the money on the monitor. You don't have to spend extra on the GPU. upgrading your GPU. And then you won't have to upgrade your power supply in order to upgrade your GPU. A 5060 Ti 16 gig can game at 1440p, no problem. As long as you're willing to adjust your settings in certain games like AAA titles. Other titles should be fine. Although everyone should always be willing to upgrade to adjust their settings. That's just part of being a PC gamer. Like getting used to the fact that I should go into my settings and maybe adjust this or adjust that, and maybe it'll be a little better if I do this. You just get used to that over time. You should anyway. Okay, 750 watts with one. Wait, hold on a second. I forgot something. I need to check something. The 5060 Ti, does it use 12v2x6? It does, right? It does not. It's actually just 8-pin. Okay. Well, getting a power supply that has it is another little method of future-proofing. I mean, I would like it if maybe NVIDIA would give up on that, but unlikely. Unlikely. There we go. Okay, let's see. I'm going to go by price. Not great. Not great. Does that say it has a 300 watt 12VH PWR connection? What the hell? No. No. MSI, what are you doing? No. That's dumb. I really like the Edge power supplies, but you need a dual chamber case for that to work. That doesn't work in this case. How is Montech doing with their PSUs? That's a cool looking power supply. But let's see how they're doing in the ratings here. Let's go here. Montech, how's it going with you in the power supplies there? Century. It's a mixed bag. It is a mixed bag. God, get out of my face. It's a mixed bag. So what we're looking at, this one is Montech Century 2 80 plus gold. Century 2 G5 gold ATX 3.0. B plus is good actually. Hold up. But it's a Century 2. And there's a Gamma 2, but the Century 2 is only 850 watt minimum up to 1050 and 1200 watts. So where's the Century 2 750 watt? Unless this one is 850 watt. Hold on. It is 850 watt for 90 bucks. And it has a B plus rating. Yo, this is kind of sick. Is that the cheapest 5060 Ti 16 gig available? Yes, it is. It is the cheapest one I could find by just scrolling through by price. Yes. And for 16 gig, yeah. Yo, but this is kind of cracked though. 850 watts, 8990. Okay. 80 plus gold, 12. It's got. Let me look at the. Okay, cool. No pictures here. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Awesome. Very good. Let's look at the. I just want to see what the connectors look like. The ports are. That's a cool looking power supply, honestly. Figure Montech would change the aesthetic there. 12V 2x6 actually, not even 12VH PWR. The downside is you're sharing CPU and PCIe. Oh no, there's 4. There is 4. There's 4 of them. So you could do 2 CPU. You don't need that. You don't need 2 CPU 8 pins. But also, or you could do 1 8-pin CPU and then up to 3 8-pin PCIe. or the 12V2x6. That is actually a sick power supply for... Actually, no, it's A-. It's not even B+. It is an A-. That is awesome. Okay. I'm going to start recommending this thing. That's really good. How much better is what? How much better is it? Jeff, what were we talking about? I'm sorry. Vero, you're not next. You're not on the list. Yeah, that I don't remember how much was the previous. I'm gonna reopen the list real quick that you had. Power supply you're looking at was $73. So about $27. You're getting a way beefier power supply with an insanely good rating. I mean, this probably has a good rating, doesn't it? A650BN. Hold on. What was this one again? Actually, if I remember, that wasn't ABN 650 is a C rating, and that's fine. But like $27 to go to an A- rating with 200 watts more and native 12V2x6 in case you go to a higher end NVIDIA card is nuts. Like, that's the price of a combo and a half at Whataburger, all right? That's crazy. What's up, Daredy? How's it going? Okay, so each of these things, I didn't change the case. I didn't change the RAM. I didn't change the CPU cooler. But in every other category, there is a slight upgrade, except for the GPU, which is a pretty major upgrade, like a major one. But in terms of video editing, it's probably going to be a massive upgrade there because, yeah, you know, the B580 is it's okay. It's pretty good for that stuff, but it's just not. I wish I'd gotten one to test, honestly, but having looked at reviews, it did okay. With the 5060 Ti, although there was a lot of negativity around NVIDIA at that time, and it was well-deserved, the 5060 Ti 16 gig charts really well. And people overlook that all the time because a good amount of reviewers could not overlook the sort of jumping on the NVIDIA hate train, which was, again, deserved. And while they would be reporting pretty solid charts, they would be drenching it in negativity. It's just really solid GPU. I wish that there were better deals. I wish I could have found a 4070 Super for like $300. That'd be awesome. Couldn't find that. And you're not gonna. Double 7MXR, what's up? Welcome. But yeah, $429 was the cheapest I could find. Now, here's the thing. JV Loan, you are 40 minutes from Micro Center. Micro Center has open box deals, including GPUs. Go to Micro Center, find a solid NVIDIA graphics card, and get your if that's open box. See if you can find one for $300 or something. See what you can do. Is that going to be worth a 40-minute drive there, 40-minute drive back? You'll probably spend the amount of money you save in gas. I know. But maybe not. You can find all kinds of stuff open box. Cases, CPUs, all kinds of stuff. I don't know if I do an open box power supply. That might be the one place where I draw the line. Video editing is something I see down the line. I think I'm going to... I don't think you mentioned that. So I don't assume that, JV Loan. So I give everything that you mentioned here and all the things you're going to be doing, I give every one of them the same amount of attention. Okay? You can say that at the beginning. Like, you know, typing is free. But we'll never get our time back, will we? I'm just sending you this list. It sounds like you're pretty uncertain of stuff, and that's okay. It's okay to be uncertain about how you're going to use your PC, but hopeful that you want to use it and planning and conspiring to use it and I don't know, whatever word you want to use. You want to do stuff. That's great. I want you to have a PC that's capable of all the stuff. So this is the one that I think is capable of all the things that you apparently aren't actually going to do yet, but you put it in the form anyway. Sure thing. It's late. I'm done. Here's your list. I don't know what you want from me at this point. Tech enthusiasts, don't give them any ideas. I so wish I lived next to a micro center. Yeah, that's a pretty common sentiment there for sure. A question, do you have any list to reference for AIOs? I don't actually, no. I typically look at other reviewers for that kind of stuff. Actually, someone who's been working with, you might want to go and check. I think Robitech posted a list of all their most recently reviewed AIOs. Go check out Robitech's YouTube channel. They probably have it on the Robitech live YouTube channel. He tends to post videos there, not just the live stuff. I don't know what Justin's doing with that, but you know. But definitely check Robitech's YouTube channel. I believe they posted a roundup there very recently. No problem, JV Lone. I just hope that you get stuff figured out because I want you to do all the things you want to do, and I want to help you build a dang PC that can do all of it. Dang it. Vero's right. That is an amazing PC for that price. And then Vero asks, what's your thought on space and quantum physics? Quantum? Is that quantum physics, but for cows? Vero? Typing is free, as I said, but that doesn't mean that you should approach it so recklessly. I'll go look that up specifically. Awesome. Tell Justin I sent you. Oh my God. Why did nobody tell me to do a posture check? My back hurts. It's okay, Vero. I'm just joshing you. I'm not trying to mess with you, okay? Edgy, I appreciate you. Just look, all you got to do, Vero, is say yes. Quantum physics for cows. That's the response. Thank you for the posture check, Noble 7. I appreciate that. What am I doing? Huh. One second, everybody. I'm sorry. By the way, I want to thank y'all for earlier. Like Coalition Chris, the Dream 706 for subbing. I want to thank Braxton 1823 and Finite Singularity for dropping gifted subs, 15 total together. Valorant apparently decided to throw in an additional 7 to that, which is awesome. Visual Nate for subbing. Thank all of y'all. I appreciate that. I hope that September made that a little easier for you. That ends in 11 hours, by the way, in case you want to drop subs for other streamers out there. While it is discounted and bonus subs can happen as well. All right, you got it, Elicard. But right now, we will once more, because his subathon thing is, he's in day 6 or day 5 of his subathon. We're gonna raid my buddy Emmett one more time. Looks like he's doing marbles on stream, which can be pretty fun. So we're going, or just chatting. I don't know, but it looks like he's like tatted up. I don't know what happened to this man. Oh my God, what goals did they hit? We're going to raid my buddy Emmett. Please come along with me. He's a good friend, and I want to bring some of y'all's good vibes over to him. Thanks, man. Very good stream. Thank you, The Dream. I appreciate that. And y'all have been so nice to me. I want my friends to feel the love too. And that's why one of my favorite things to do is raiding like that. So I'm going to do that. Unfortunately, can't do that on the YouTube side of things. So if you want to be part of it, check the link in the description. Come over to the Twitch channel and join me as we raid my friend Emmett. And, you know, maybe give him a hard time. He looks like he's, I don't know, day 5 sub, or he calls it a scamathon. The man's at least honest. All right, thank you guys so much for hanging out. I'll be back on Thursday, 8 p.m. Central, doing more PC matchmaking, both here, you know, here on YouTube and here on Twitch. And until then, take care.
Let's go, nerds!